सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्. May all beings be happy. May all beings be free from disease. May all beings experience the auspiciousness and may no being suffer. Respected delegates, while it was our hope to have the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.L. Dharma with us today, he was unexpectedly called to Bangalore for an important engagement. However, we would like to acknowledge his immense support and guidance in vital provisions for the conference. In his absence, we are delighted to have our beloved Registrar, Mangalore University, Sri Raju Mogavira, to graciously chair the conference. And now, I request Professor Karunakarayan, Convener, IARPNC 2025, and Sri Raju Mogavira, Registrar, Mangalore University, to kindly escort the dignitaries onto the dais. A very good morning to one and all present over here. Respected dignitaries, esteemed delegates, dear participants, and my dear friends, with utmost honor and privilege, I welcome you all to the 35th National Conference of the Indian Association for Radiation Protection, IARP. As we gather here under the theme Radiation Protection for Sustainable Nuclear Energy, Adapting to Climate and Technological Changes, the sloka that I recited becomes particularly relevant. Just as the sloka prays for the well being of all beings, our work in radiation protection is aimed at creating a world where the benefits of nuclear energy are realized without compromising the health and safety of current and future generations. To begin this auspicious occasion, it's necessary to invoke the divine blessings. So may I call upon Shreyas KB to seek God's blessings. And I request everyone to kindly raise for the invocation.
विनायक गणनायक देव विनायक गणनायक देव सर्ववन्दितने लम्बोदर सर्ववन्दितने लम्बोदर विनायक विनायक देव विनायक विनायक देव सर्ववन्दितने लम्बोदर सर्ववन्दितने लम्बोदर आदिपूजित सर्ववन्दित चरण आदिपूजित सर्ववन्दित चरण सदकरत तू भवभयहरण सदकरत तू भवभयहरण विनायक गणनायक देव विनायक गणनायक देव विनायक.
And now, let's proceed with the state anthem, Nadagite.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदिवनगळनाडे जय हे रसऋषिಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇಗದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪುನ್ನ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕಪ್ಪಿಗರುದಿಸಿದ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗಾ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನರುದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
Thank you, Shreyas. May this harmony guide our thoughts and actions as we embark on this enlightening journey of knowledge and learnings. We are privileged to have some distinguished individuals with us today, whose contributions have greatly advanced the field of radiation protection. So let's begin our proceedings with a warm welcome and a few words from Professor Karunakara N, convener IARPNC 2025. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor bestowed on me to deliver the welcome address to this august gathering. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of the dignitaries on and off the dais to this inaugural program of 35th IARP National Conference, being held at the prestigious campus of Mangalore University. I would like to take this opportunity to express our hearty welcome on behalf of Mangalore University and on behalf of the IARP, Shri D.K. Shuklaji, a man of great repute and fame, for honoring our invitation to be the chief guest of today's function and to accepting our invitation to inaugurate this conference. Shri Dinesh Kumar Shukla is the chairman of the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board since January 1, 2023. He is an internationally acclaimed expert in the field of nuclear safety. He is a graduate mechanical engineer with over 4 decades of experience in the operation and regulation of nuclear and radiation facilities. Before taking over as the chairman, he served in AERB at various capacities and also as a distinguished scientist, executive director of AERB and chairman of Safety Review Committee for operating plants and as ex officio member of the board. Shri D.K. Shukla was bestowed with the Honorary Doctorate of Science, Honorary Causa from GLA University, Mathura, UP, for his illustrious and scintillating scientific accomplishments during the 4 decades of experience in the operation and regulation of nuclear, radiation, and industrial facilities. In particular, this includes his work in the area of human organization and technical factors for safety and security interface, leadership and management for safety and development of integrated management systems for regulatory bodies. Before joining AERB in 2015, Dr. Shukla had served BARC for 33 years in various capacities. He has been associated with the several committees of AERB and BARC and served as the member of the management committee for the Board of Radiation and Radioisotope Technology BRIT and the Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences. Dr. Shukla has been providing consultancy to the IAEA on matters related to the safety of research and power reactors, document preparation and for preparation of program. His work in the areas of human and organization factors for safety, security interface, leadership and management for safety, development of integrated management systems for regulatory body, development of guidance of application of graded approach in the regulatory functions and processes, safety culture have been well acknowledged internationally and nationally. He had been representing India in many forums all over the world and in bilateral meetings with the regulatory bodies of other countries. I once again welcome Dr. Shuklaji for accepting our invitation to be with us today, and on behalf of Mangalore University and on behalf of the IARP organization team, National Advisory Committee and Organization Committee, I welcome a very hearty welcome to Dr. Shukla ji.
I request Sri Raju Mogavira, Registrar, Mangalore University, to florally welcome Sri D.K. Shukla, Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Mumbai.
I would like to welcome our Registrar Sri Raju Bhagavera, KAS, who is presiding over to this function. Sri Raju Magavera is alumni of Mangalore University and he completed graduation in Bandarskars College, Kundapura and post-graduation in Business Administration from Mangalore University in the year 1992. He passed Karnataka Gazette Probationary Examination in the year 1996 as well as passed Civil Service Examination in the year 1996 with the All India rank of 603. However, he did not join the service. He has 27 years of administrative experience in various Karnataka government departments such as employment and training, revenue, urban development, primary education, higher education, etc. He worked as the additional deputy commissioner of Kodagu and Uttar Karnataka from February 21 to October 2023. He worked as the registrar in an earlier term during 2020-21 and he also worked as the additional director of Samarga Shikshana Karnataka, Bangalore. He worked as the Deputy Commissioner Revenue in Bangalore City Corporation and our registrar is not only an administrative person, he is a person with academic intent and a great interest in academic. He has been delivering lectures in our campus on various career guidance programs and in together he has delivered about more than 200 lectures during his career. On behalf of the organizing committee of this IARP conference, I welcome our beloved registrar, Sri Raju Magavera, who has also played a pivotal role in making all the arrangements for this conference, taking care of each and every aspect as the chairman of the local organizing committee of this conference. His timely support at crucial juncture was key to the success of this program. And on behalf of IARP and National Advisory Committee and Organizing Committee, I welcome him to this conference. Welcome you, sir.
I request Professor Monica Sadananda, Department of Biosciences, Mangalore University, to florally welcome Sri K. Raju Mogavira.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to my teacher, Professor K. Siddhappa, former Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University and a professor of this university for this conference. Professor Siddhappa is a distinguished scholar, mentor, a globally recognized scientist, a dynamic leader and a great administrator. Professor Siddhappa is an eminent scientist in radiation physics, contributing richly to the field of microtrons, cyclotrons, neutrons and electrons. He has worked on different projects in collaboration with Baba Atomic Research Center, IGCAR, Center for Advanced Technology, Nuclear Science Research Foundation, Cyclotron Research Center, Kolkata, and many other national and international advanced research centers in radiation and nuclear physics. He initiated the research collaboration between BAE and Mangalore University in early 1980s, and since then it has grown to greater heights. He established the prestigious center, Microtron Center, at the Mangalore University way back in the year 1995. He served as the founder director for that center for more than 1 decade. He was responsible for initiating studies on radio ecology at the Mangalore University in the year 1986. This beginning has now resulted in the Center for Advanced Research in Environment Radioactivity, which is abbreviated as CARER, and Center for Application of Radiation Radioisotope Technology CARD at Mangalore University. To his credit, Professor Siddhappa has about 200 articles and papers published in peer-reviewed international journals. Presently, Professor Siddhappa is advisor to the JSS education institutions and a member of governing bodies of several universities and institutions. On behalf of Mangalore University and on behalf of the organizing team of IARP and National Organizing Committee of the conference, it is our honor to have Professor Siddhappa with us. We extend a warm welcome to you, sir.
I request Professor Manjaya D.H., Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Mangalore University, to florally welcome Professor K. Siddappa.
On behalf of Mangalore University, I would like to take this opportunity to extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Yenapaya, deemed to be University. Professor Vijay Kumar is a man of great repute and fame. He obtained his MBBS degree in the year 1979 from Madras University, DNB in General Surgery in the year 1985, FRCS from Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, Glasgow, FICS from the International College of Surgeons, and FACS from the American College of Surgeons. He was the director of Kidwai Memorial Institute of Oncology for 5 years and got his institute elevated from the regional cancer center status to the state cancer institute status recognized by the government of India. His specializations are surgery of oral cancer, thyroid cancer, breast cancer, esophageal cancer, gastrointestinal cancer, gynecological cancer, bone and soft tissue cancer, and pediatric solid tumors. He is an expert in the robotic surgery and he has established an advanced robotic surgery facility at Anapaya Medical College. He has many publications in national and international peer-reviewed journal. He has been awarded many prestigious awards. One of his very recent achievements is establishing the Zulekha Anapaya Institute of Oncology at Anapaya, deemed to be University, in association with Tata Trust, which offers comprehensive treatment to cancer patients with the help of advanced diagnostic and treatment facilities, which is of great help for the common man of the region. The center is one of the most advanced centers in the region. Professor Vijay Kumar and Enapaya University, Enapaya deemed to be University, has been extending logistical support to the conference. We extend a warm welcome to you, sir.
I request Professor Kishore Kumar C.K., Dean, Faculty of Education, Mangalore University, to florally welcome Professor M. Vijay Kumar.
I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to Sri B. Vinod Kumar, outstanding scientist and site director of Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, Kaiga site, to this conference. Sri B. Vinod Kumar is a mechanical engineering graduate from Sri Venkateswara University. Sri B. Vinod Kumar joined Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited and since 2024 he is the site director of the Kaiga site and administrative head of all the 4 operating units of Kaiga and also for the construction of Kaiga projects 5 and 6. Upon joining NPCL, he initially worked as a commissioning engineer and was responsible for commissioning the moderate systems of Kakrapar Atomic Power Station 1 and 2, which is situated in Gujarat. Subsequently, he worked as a control engineer till he was transferred to Kaiga Nuclear Power Plant in the year 1996. As a senior technical engineer, he was involved in the smooth conduct of the first biennial shutdown of Kaiga Generating Station 1 in July 2005. He introduced the system of online monitoring of the status of the maintenance activities linked to the CMMS, which has become an effective tool for monitoring the progress of BST. Shri B. Vinod Kumar held key positions like Operational Superintendent, Chief Superintendent and Station Director of Kaiga. On behalf of Mangalore University, on behalf of IARP, conference committees and IARP and National Organizing Committee of the conference, it is an honor to welcome Shri B. Vinod Kumar to this conference. We offer you a warm welcome and heartfelt welcome, sir.
I request Professor Sripada, Chairman, Department of Applied Zoology, Mangalore University, to florally welcome Shri B. Vinod Kumar.
I would like to take this opportunity to express our hearty welcome to Dr. D.K. Aswal, Director, Health, Safety and Environment Group of Baba Atomic Research Center. He also holds the position of National Radiation Emergency Response Director. Earlier, Dr. Aswal held several key national positions, including Director, National Physical Laboratory, Director, Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute, Director, Science, Technology and Development Studies, and Chairman of NABL. He had he has edited 6 books, written over 30 book chapters, and he has filed 9 patents and has over 500 publications with current H index of 46 and a citation of over 8,500. He has indigenously developed several key technologies for the India's nuclear power program. On behalf of Mangalore University and IARP and all the committees of which involved in the organization of this conference, we extend you a very hearty welcome, sir.
I request Professor Puttanna K, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Mangalore University, to florally welcome Dr. D.K. Aswal.
Now, to express our hearty welcome to Dr. Prabal Chaudhary, Head of the Health Physics Division of BRC and President of Indian Association for Radiation Protection, IARP. He has carried out the design and development of various radiation monitoring systems like aerial gamma spectrometry systems, quad rotor based aerial radiation monitoring system, and decision support tools for nuclear and radiological emergencies. On behalf of Mangalore University, we welcome Dr. Prabal Chaudhary.
I request Professor H.L. Shashireka, Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University, to florally welcome Sri Prabal Chaudhary.
My special welcome to all the conference delegates and invited speakers. About 200 delegates and invitees have come from BRC, IGCAR, NPCL, AERB, Defense Laboratories and Indian Army, Indian Navy and Air Force. About 50 trade exhibitors are here and they have come from various companies, and about 44 delegates have come from universities and other institutions in different parts of the country. Some of the delegates are yet to reach in view of the traffic related issues we had in this morning, and we expect them to join very soon. We have very senior scientists who have helped us in the initial stages of research at Mangalore University. I would like to mention Dr. Raghavaya, who is here, Dr. Y.S. Maya. Raghavaya is the father of radon research in Mangalore in the country, and he was the one who supported us initially, Dr. Maya, and there are many others, and I don't want to go on listing them right now. I welcome all of you, sir, to this conference, which is going to be here, going to be there for next 3 years. A hearty welcome to all of you. My welcome to the members of the syndicate, academic council of this university and office bearers of IARP. We have Secretary of IARP, Dr. Anand is here, and he is accompanied by Dr. Vinod Kumar and several such other dignitaries. A warm welcome to you, all of you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to the members of press and media fraternity who are present here. I welcome the teaching fraternity, research students, technical and administrative staff of this university for this function. It is truly heartening to see that such an impressive turnout for this event. I warmly welcome every member of this distinguished audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and I welcome you too. In the context of this conference, it resonates deeply with their collective goal to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of all individuals, communities, and ecosystems in the face of advancing nuclear technologies. Radiation protection is not just a scientific discipline, rather, it is a vital mission to secure a safe and sustainable future for all, protecting humanity and the environment from potential risks. We are also reminded that responsibility of using nuclear energy goes hand in hand with the commitment to safeguarding life. Today, we have with us Sri Probal Chowdhury, President IARP. May I please request, dear sir, to enlighten us with a few words about the conference and IARP, its goals and its continuous contributions to the advancement of radiation safety. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning. A warm welcome to the 35th Indian Association for Radiation Protection National Conference IARPC 2025. Respected Shri D.K. Shukla, Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Chief Guest of today's function and the patron of the conference, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University, Professor P.L. Dharma in absentia, Dr. D.K. Aswal, Director, Health, Safety and Environment Group, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Professor K. Siddhappa, former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, Site Director, Kaiga Generating Station, Sri B. Vinod Kumar, Professor M. Vijay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, NUPaya, deemed to be University, Sri Raju Mogavira, Registrar, Mangalore University, Professor N. Karunakara, Professor and Coordinator for Center for Advanced Research in Environmental Radioactivity, Mangalore University, Dr. Manjaya, Professor, Mangalore University, Dr. S. Anand, Secretary, IARP, dignitaries of the dais, Dr. Raghavaya, then Professor Y. S. Maya, Dr. K. S. Pradeep Kumar, Dr. M. S. Kulkarni, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Dr. R. B. Oja, Dr. Haridasan, then trustees of IARP and the members of the organizing committee, distinguished invitees, speakers, delegates, and professionals from the industries, esteemed colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee of IARP NC 2025, I extend a hearty welcome to you all to the inaugural function of the 35th Indian Association for Radiation Protection National Conference on Radiation Protection for Sustainable Nuclear Energy, Adapting to Climate and Technological Changes, which is being jointly conducted with Mangalore University in coming next 3 days. The Indian Association for Radiation Protection is a non-governmental organization founded way back in 1968 by radiation and environmental safety specialists from Bhabha Atomic Research Center and is registered under the Public Trust Act 1950. As a professional body, IARP is dedicated to promoting radiation safety and serves as a platform for a large number of specialists and users of ionizing radiation. It has been an affiliate of the International Radiation Protection Association since May 1970. IARP has regional chapters that promote radiation safety awareness across various regions of India. Its core aims include fostering a deeper understanding of the benefits of ionizing radiation among users and the general public, while advocating for adopting appropriate safety procedures to minimize the exposure in nuclear technology applications like power generation, industry, healthcare, agriculture, and scientific research. IARP is focusing on engaging young minds to improve the public perception of radiation safety and nuclear energy by organizing workshops and awareness programs in various colleges. The quarterly publication of the Radiation Protection and Environment Journal, which is available online as an open access publication for ensuring wider accessibility, is a valuable resource for sharing research and insights in the field of ionizing radiation. RSO certification courses on gamma irradiation chambers, nucleonic gases, and well logging applications are conducted by the Governing Council for Training Courses in association with Radiological Physics and Advisory Division of BARC, which has produced a large number of radiological safety officers in the country. IARP has been serving the national and international scientific community by organizing conferences biannually. The preceding one was the 6th Asian and Oceanic Congress for Radiation Protection, AOCRP, 6th in the series, which was conducted at Mumbai in the February 2023. It was a proud occasion for IARP to host the AOCRP Congress for the first time in India, where more than 500 delegates, including eminent international and national radiation protection professionals, had participated, including chairman of ICRP. The 35th Indian Association for Radiation Protection National Conference will focus on the theme of radiation protection for sustainable nuclear energy, adapting to climate and technological changes. This conference aims to bring together experts and professionals from various sectors to discuss the role of radiation protection in the continued development of nuclear energy, emphasizing the need for sustainability amidst ongoing climate and technological changes. The key sessions include radiation safety protection in nuclear fuel cycle facilities, which will discuss on maintaining safety standards across various stages of the nuclear fuel cycle, ensuring the safe use of radiation. And we'll have a panel discussion on radiation protection for sustainable nuclear energy, adapting to climate and technological changes, which will be a deeper conversation about the radiation protection strategies which must evolve in response to emerging technologies and climate change. Radiation safety and protection in accelerators, medical, industrial, and other sectors. This session will explore radiation safety in diverse sectors from the medical applications to industrial uses and scientific research with accelerators. The session on radiation dosimetry will focus on accurate measurement and assessment of radiation doses in various environments, ensuring protection and compliance with safety standards. The session on nuclear instrumentation and system development will discuss the latest developments in nuclear instrumentation and systems designed for radiation detection, measurement, and safety. The environmental monitoring and assessment radioisotopes for studies on climate change and atmospheric studies. The session will be examining the role of radiation-based techniques in studying climate change, air quality, and atmospheric processes through environmental monitoring. The session on existing exposures will address the current levels of radiation exposure to both radiation workers and the members of public and the strategies for managing and reducing these exposures. Radiation protection philosophy, risk estimates, regulatory framework, a system of protection standards and regulation session will have an analysis of the foundational principles of radiation protection, risk estimation methods, and regulatory frameworks that ensure public and environment safety. During the conference, IARP Young Professionals Group Discussion Forum will be conducted in a hybrid mode at Bangla Auditorium, which is nearby, where participants from Japan, Austria, Kenya, Australia, and India belonging to the Young Generation Network from Associated Societies of International Radiation Protection Association IRPA will deliberate on the challenges and the network's impact on the society in the field of radiation protection and sustainable nuclear energy. The conference promises to be important platform for advancing the conversation of nuclear energy, radiation safety, and environmental sustainability, paving the way for safer and more technological advanced futures in the field in this field. We hope that this conference will be a transformative and enriching experience for all of us. I once again welcome you all and wish you all a very fruitful participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing valuable insights about IARP. Now, we are about to officially begin the inauguration of 35th National Conference of IARP. Lighting a lamp is a reminder to ignite the inner light of consciousness and wisdom. It signifies divine blessings, purity, and the start of an auspicious occasion. May I humbly request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for lighting the lamp. Thank you, dignitaries. To mark this momentous occasion, may I please request the chief guest of today's program, Shri D.K. Shukla, Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Mumbai, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, please.
Professor K. Siddhappa, Professor Vijay Kumar, Sri V. Vinod Kumar, Dr. D.K. Aswal, Mr. Raju Mogvira, Dr. Prabal Chaudhary, Professor Manjuya, Dr. K.S. Pradeep Kumar, Dr. M.S. Kulkarni, and many other experts in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, and dear delegates. A very good morning. I compliment the organizers to organize this conference with a relevant topic, relevant time, and the relevant place. The Mangalore University, which is internationally acclaimed for research in radiation protection area. So now you see the topic, the timing, and the place. The three most important ingredients of any success for any conference. They are all here. So deviating from the usual practice of delivering inaugural address, and I am known for deviating. I never can walk in the straight line. I always deviate. So I chose that I will put forward my points and big input for this fraternity to ponder, deliberate, and really come out with a very good outcome through this conference. So with this, I will make my brief presentation, and though as per the schedule, I know it is 15 minutes, and I would be able to do justice to that. So the very first thing, this is you see, radiation protection for sustainable nuclear energy, adapting to climate and technological changes. So you know that sustainable nuclear energy, this topic is known very well to you, but the most important is, the most significant aspect for this sustainable nuclear energy is the radiation protection. And that's why this very important topic. All other things, there are many other things, but the most important aspect for sustainable nuclear energy is the radiation protection. And that's why I compliment the organizers, choosing the topic, timing, and the place. So I start. We have published a book on our 40 years journey of IARP very recently, which will very soon come on our website. There, the very first page I have chosen this. This is our first page of that book. What does it say? You can read what our founder of the atomic energy program in India had said. The radioactive material, the way I am not able to read here, you will be able to read there. It has to be handled in an exemplary manner so that the other institutes and other agencies, they evaluate. And this was a directive given by the Homi J. Bhabha in 1960, and Atomic Energy Regulatory Board is living up to the expectation and setting an example by promoting self-regulation through influencing, with a mission of to ensure that the use of ionizing radiation is done in such a way that without doing any undue harm. Now you see this undue. This is what the whole focus, or where you people are required. What is due and what is undue. This is what the whole game is. And with the vision which is depicted over here. So with this, we start, and why I projected, you will realize it, that throughout my every slide, this is what sentiments will get echoed out. So how radiation protection is managed? For this audience, very preliminary thing I am putting in. You may feel that why for such radiation protection experts I am trying to bring in. Whoever comes, whoever talks about radiation protection, these three principles will remain all the time there. And you will see the middle one, I have tried to put it differently. Optimization of protection and safety, ALARA. It is the center of RP focus. This is the bread and butter for this whole community sitting over here. Everything revolves around this. For other 2 points, if you see the justification of practices and the application of dose limit, if just by these 2 principles, if radiation protection would have been done, then majority of you would not have been needed. No need of radiation protection people, no need of RSO. What RSO does? Why RSO? Why medical physicist? None of them are required if optimization is not to be done. Only like a police force where that fixed rules are there, fixed limits are there, just follow it. Then you don't need this experts from the radiation protection. So try to understand it. So your community of radiation protection professionals should work on ALARA. Once we say that optimization and its importance, and there comes this ALARA, as low as reasonably achievable. Now, here comes your input, your experience, your research, your knowledge, everything, to develop the objective criteria, again, to the reasonably achievable extent, to reduce the subjectivity. This is what our focus should be. Something which can be reasonable for me, the other person may say it is not reasonable. So where to stop? Where is the bottom line? And this is what the difficulty is. Difficulty is, or issue is not with the optimization. I think nobody can deny that optimization is not required. Everybody will agree. But only difficulty is the subjectivity. At what level we say this is reasonably achievable. Now beyond that we should not go. Now further optimization is not required. So that is my request to you experts to work in this area. Now focal areas of regulatory framework, if you see, so you have these 3 things, that for what? To ensure adherence to the dose limits and ensure optimization. So you have the dose monitoring, individual monitoring. Yes, it has to be there. Collective dose budgeting. And here if you see what we have done is, dose is due to activity, either regular O&M activity or it will be a BSD or RSD, that refueling shutdown activity. So activity gives the dose, and that activity can be definitely put in 2 heads. Either it will be regular O&M or it would be in going into biannual shutdown or refueling shutdown. That is, I am talking about specifically nuclear power plants. So only 2 heads we have put, that either regular O&M or BSD or RSD. And this is a collective dose. So mind it here, the limit does not play any role here. Here the issue is that collective dose. So by putting more number, even if you try to limit your dose consumption, definitely total dose will give that the source. It is source based. So it does not restrict anything. This budgeting is only for appropriate planning. When well-planned system is there, definitely optimization can be done more effectively. If you don't do proper planning, you cannot do the effective optimization. So the focus is on the planning, and it does not put restriction. Earlier restrictions were coming. Now They don't have to ask anything. It is not a financial budget that if you don't have money, so you cannot proceed with your project. No. We have given full freedom. Whatever activities other than what is budgeted also comes, plant is free to take it up following basic principle of radiation protection. They don't have to come back to AERB at all. No restriction. They continue. At the end of the year, they come with the report. And there they have to justify what they have done, whether optimization have been effectively done or not, and those activities and those are appropriately put back into their budget heads. So that is the way things are going on. And this has resulted into a very good input. Among the stations, good practices could be identified. The same activity in one station is coming with X dose, then why in other station it should go X plus? It is demonstrated, it is possible. So how do we justify? We cannot say that limit is higher, so we should give the higher dose. When we have decided and demonstrated that it can be done in the lesser dose, why it cannot? It is just by following a practice. No further investment is needed. Without further investment, you are able to give less dose. I don't know whether it is an acceptable proposition or not. You people have to decide. And minimizing collective dose continuously. And this converts into a true safety performance indicator, which is the reflection of the radiation protection culture. It is a straightaway indicator of radiation protection culture. One station collective dose of the same design, when you compare with the other, you come to know which one has the better radiation protection culture or not. And Mr. Vinod Kumar may, and during your interaction, may highlight on these points further. So these are the things with this collective dose. And if you look back, when Dr. A.K. Ganguly, the then health safety group person from BARC, who is the founder of this radiation protection program in India, he chaired that DAE safety review committee in 1975-76 when first time it was reconstituted. Those people who know what used to be the collective dose of Tarapur, our ancient plant, and what it is today. Nothing has been changed. Design has not been changed. No investment is made towards that by that dose can be reduced. It is just by insisting, influencing, and following the good practices by the community of radiation protection people, the dose has come down to 1/5. Numbers I will not give. You people cannot imagine if those numbers are put over here. So this is what people have done. A lot of effort has gone to bring down the doses, which internationally it is being now claimed. Now let us see further. This is what I am trying to bring out. So discharge and public doses are well within the limits. Nowhere, no case of crossing that or constraint of 20 millisievert. The limit is 30 millisievert per year. Forget about it. And when that ICRP 60 came, all stations, none of the stations had any dose limit, even though that time dose limit was 50. None of the stations had the people who had crossed that 30 millisievert. 9 people were there out of so many thousand. It was possible that that also can be brought it down. And today, this has been achieved through AERB influencing and self-regulation by the NPCIL. Just following good practices, collective dose has been brought down significantly. A true demonstration of radiation protection culture. And this conference must debate on the purpose of limits and optimization. This conference must debate on what is the purpose of limit. Let us understand that objective, why limits are being put. Now you forget about the radiation. Come to the just simple chemical exposure. In our own fraternity, Atomic Energy, we have the high water plants operated H2S based, and H2S is a hazardous gas. There is a threshold limiting value for H2S. So you mean to say that if that limit is X, I will always try to maintain my H2S concentration to that limiting value. Will that be acceptable? We will definitely try it to be much, much below that. So this is what the optimization principle is. Limit is for inculcating the disciplines. So you people must debate on the purpose of limits and the purpose of optimization. Now coming to today's topic, sustainable nuclear energy development. So the first two slides are only just to justify that scaling up and speeding up is the need of hour for your nuclear power plants. So existing proven design and new innovative type reactors, that is 700 megawatt electrical PHWRs, they will be definitely put in multiple numbers. Well demonstrated technology, we have the experience. Imported PWRs like Kudankulam may come. Bharat small reactors, again same PHWRs which are being converted into Bharat small reactors, followed by SMRs and Bharat small modular reactors. So that is the way projection is. Now when novel changes comes, innovation comes, innovation brings the new risk. The risk would be new also, and at the same time it may be uncertain. Many things may not be known about that risk. So these are the challenges. But does the basic principle of radiation protection change? That whatever technology come, my understanding is no, they do not change. Basic radiation protection principle remain the same. Only what is needed is the integration and the application is required. Like SMRs, if they are to be put in the urban places where you have the high population density, what you have to look for? Principle remains the same. It is only that emergency preparedness and response, how you will be able to do it. So if technology is evolving and developing and innovations are coming in your nuclear technology, those innovations should be worked out for emergency preparedness and response also to combat, so that your reduced emergency zones, with that also you are able to have the effective implementation of your emergency plans. So RP systems have significant role in this. That's why this conference is very important. If applied well, they will contribute to sustainable development of nuclear energy. If applied purely, might do more harm than good. So be very careful. Lot of responsibilities on your shoulders. If you apply RP systems poorly, you may do more harm than the good. And rather than supporting the sustainable, it may go back. There will be a lot of protest and other things if we don't carefully move forward. So be cautious about that. Thus, the primary aim of RP system to be understood as appropriate level of protection without adversely affecting sustainable development of nuclear energy. So you should not be a hindrance as a radiation protection principle, but at the same time, you have to take care that appropriate, that is, your actions do more good than harm. And your community has to play a significant role in this. So this part, please remember and deliberate in your this conference. So large number and urban deployment will come. So what are the issues? The issues are very clearly increase in number leads to reduced margins. Now for the same site, you have the dose constraint for individual units. Definitely they have to go down. So there you have to see that the margins, how much they are coming. More workers and more movable workers. Now this is another issue for which where we are not putting in. We are diverting into the different areas which are not of concern of immediate, but the concern of immediate is this, movable workers and their dose monitoring. And the plants will be very close to the public. Now where our focus should be? Enhance those computational capabilities. That is best estimate approach with uncertainties accounted, because we have taken a lot of conservatism, and because of that our projections come very high. So research has to work here. We have to put our efforts here, not on other things which are not of immediate requirement. Validating our models, this is what we have to do. Even today, if we ask that 10 experts do the dose estimate from the Kalpakkam site, you get 100% divergent thing. Why? Well, first let us converge on those things rather than getting into here and there. So validated models, accurate analysis with precision, sensitivity and uncertainty analysis, so that the different groups work and they come down to the similar number. Their public acceptability will come, the confidence will come. But when 10 experts give 10 different numbers, then public acceptance cannot come. Dynamic radiation dose monitoring and dose updation, all inclusive with personal identification, integrated national dose registry system. This is what I am reflecting, that more workers, more movable workers. And not only that, what about public which is receiving the medical exposure? Where is the record? So many X-rays being taken for the same person, no control. Where is the record? This is what the need of the hour, that national level the dose registry systems come, not only for occupational worker, for everybody, every citizen of India with proper identification. There has to be a registry system, so that even medical professionals, they know. Now the oncologist knows that this man has already got so much dose in earlier treatment. So whether he can adopt another technique rather than the radiation technique itself, that input is not available. We have to work on these things. And the one worker from one site moving to the other site, because it is not linked to the personal identification. He can just change the name and still he can get the dose. There is no system as on today. And this is what one of the important point which we have to address at the national level. Enhanced environmental monitoring, it will have its own change, its own challenges when number of reactors increase. And the most important, public perception with respect to radiation and especially emergency preparedness and response. Because what public sees, public does not see this LNT, public does not understand LNT. But public understand when Chernobyl accident took place, how many people have to move out from their homes. They were dislocated. This part is known. Fukushima also, this part is known, that unfounded fear of nuclear radiation leads to distress relocation of a disproportionate number of people in case of severe nuclear accident. Here where we have to work. More and more work is to be done here, because this is the primarily at the base of the public perception. They are not, otherwise you see why that public does not ask when he is being subjected to CT, SPECT. They never ask what dose I am getting, what is going to happen to me. And then we are bothered about 10 millisievert, 5 millisievert, 1 millisievert. Public is not bothered. Public is more bothered about your, in case of severe accidents, what is going to happen, whether we will be dislocated or not. That confidence we have to bring in. So, radiation protection in sustainable nuclear energy, science of radiation protection, rational standards, present framework of RP regulation. If you see that it is a conjecture based LNT hypothesis in low dose level, and it is highly conservative. So as far as the safety is concerned, nobody will question. But this highly conservatism can be taken care by, though it has proven as an exemplary safety performance in nuclear and radiation facilities, but then we can reduce that part. It can be, in place of conjecture, it can be converted into a founded scientific thing, that what way it moves in the low dose levels. And especially the EPR strategy, there, yes, post Fukushima, now we have started taking into account non-radiological impacts also, with objective of more good than harm. So this part is being built in, but the other part, that how radiation affects in the low dose, is still consensus on the international and national level does not exist. Though huge amount of data in low dose region is available now, epidemiological studies of high background radiation areas of especially Kerala, accounting. Now here the only one question comes, that the radio tolerance of the inhabitants residing over generations there, how that is accounted? People may question. Body accustoms to many things. So is it that the people who were residing at that low dose areas in, or that high dose areas in Kerala, from generations, their body and generations over, they have become immune to the radiation. So whether those findings can be applied to the other places? These are the common questions which we have to answer scientifically. The occupational dose data is also large number of our workers is available. So these all has to be collated, and we must expand this data to cover temporary and migrant workers. They are not coming into this. They are also to be, so that the real database which can make a basis for acceptance by the various people. Published in scientific journals, we have published some data in scientific journals, but our advocacy at international level, if we have such data, I am unable to understand why it is not only I. Dr. Kakotkar, former chairman AC and secretary DAE, in a foreword written on the DAE book which has come out with that unreasoned fear of radiation. The foreword, if you read, it goes against that the whole book, where he says very clearly that though we have put so much data, but our advocacy at the international level is not there. People are not accepting what we are telling. Why? What he says is, this study has found no evidence of additional cancer risk in these areas, that is, that Kerala. While these studies have been published in scientific literature, we have been less than vocal in our advocacy at international level. A former chairman AEC's confession, that we are less vocal at the international level for more rational view and having right standards for management of evacuation following a severe accident. So this is what we have to look for, that advocacy at international level and acceptability at that level. This is what the need of the hour, that we must collect the data, and this will help acceptance at international level and so the acceptance by public. So we need to introspect the reason why this data we are not able to convince at the international level, at the same time to our public. Now the last part. So radiation protection for sustainable nuclear energy. Here I am trying to sum up whatever I have said so far. So radiation protection, now I am dividing this into two, immediate and sustained concern. They are immediate also and they will continue, while there are long-term concerns. So what is the first one is radiation protection regulation. Is this the immediate concern? When the actual doses by the workers, there is a big margin. I think it comes average, if you bring out 2 to 3 millisievert, it does not go beyond that. The NPCIL person can tell all those things, and this data is available with all of you. So that is not a concern right now, that whether limit is to be changed and not to be changed. Well established practices are there, they are providing good margins. Now issue will come when entry of new players come. You have a radiation protection culture, imbibe what NPCIL has done. Whether the same will continue with the new entry players, there is a concern. It will again go back to what we had. What I was telling, that TAPS 1, 2, what were the our initial thing, our initial EMCCR, then en masse coolant channel replacement doses used to be very, very high. The numbers I don't want to talk. It has come down to 1/5. Whether that new entry players, again they will go back the same thing. That is what the caution where we have to be careful, and your community has to play a big role. Resources. The first and foremost thing would be for sustainable nuclear energy, where from you will get the human resources, technical, and most importantly, RP professionals. Dearth is there. You are not able to get now, even for the medical facilities, we are not able to get the requisite people to serve as RSO. These are the focus areas where we should work to take care of sustainable nuclear energy, not in other areas. We are diverting the issues. Actually, we should focus on this. Then you will need more and more your ESLs. Are we geared up? Our national policy strategy is fixed? How we will manage? Your personal monitoring system. You have to accredit multiple. You cannot just buy 2-3 personal monitoring service agencies. You cannot serve to so many agencies. Even right now, multiple, at least medical facilities, they find it very difficult. After reading that TLDs, that things are not returning, they are not getting that monitored doses, and they are finding it difficult to continue the next monitoring period. Right away we have, these are the glaring examples. When number grow further, here we have to put the emphasis. NDRS, that National Dose Registry System, which I just emphasized, there we have to put more effort. And the accreditation. Like IARP took the bold decision, we have given that accreditation to the NABL for the radiological laboratories. PMS at that time, I think Dr. Kulkarni was in that committee. We had recorded, the PMS part is being taken care by BRC. They should also look into such things so that it can be given to outside. But I think 5-6 years are over. We have not moved anything on that. Still we are only doing, and number is very limited. Very limited PMS labs are there. Then comes the major concern, that is public perception and acceptance. This is governed by what is seen. That's why I said, they have seen that how people were relocated. That makes more impact. And whatever is learned, unlearning and relearning, it is the big challenge. Now, here comes the focus. What governs the public perception and acceptance? It is who are the interested parties, the stakeholders. But then there are other interested parties, and their influencers are there. These influencers could be national, international. Interest need not be always in the good. There could be vested interest. So you can see vested interest, things are being accepted by the public, and genuine interest is not. Have we introspected? Why their point is being seen by the public and accepted, and not whatever scientifically we are trying to prove? This is one of the point of introspection. We must look into it. Then only we can come out with a real strategy for public awareness. Otherwise, it is all big scientific thing. We can keep on talking in this type of conferences, but public won't listen to all those things. Then comes the long-term concerns. Radiation protection and public acceptance to alleviate unfounded fear of radiation, use of LNT in EPR, remediation and rehabilitation. These are the points where we should work. Research in low-dose radiation on health, mechanistic laboratory studies complemented by epidemiological studies. Just alone your mechanistic studies, laboratory studies, you cannot explain to the public. Integration, collation of all relevant inputs. Not only integration and availability of the inputs, but they should be put to the public scrutiny. If you want public confidence, you have to throw it open to the public domain, not in your journals and your big lecture programs. It has to be put. If we are honest and everything is well defined, let anybody see it. If data is true, interpretation cannot go here and there. You should be able to defend. Only way to have wide acceptability if we go through this and negating the propaganda of vested interest. Otherwise, vested interest propaganda will continue. To have consensus among experts from diverse domain at national level, international consensus, and that will pave the way for the public acceptance. Then long-term work on public awareness using social scientists, local languages, school level education. These are the long term, that if you start, dividend will come many years later, but you have to make a start somewhere. And with this, I come to the last. So this is the time to introspect, understand rationale behind past actions, question their relevance in present times. What I am telling is, whatever has been done in the past need not be that today it is relevant. Have that introspection, but till you do that introspection, don't disturb whatever has been established through a evolving phase. Something has been achieved. Don't disturb it till you come out with that revalidation. Avoid making the same mistakes. We might have done mistakes earlier, but avoid making those mistakes. Build on the successes. It is not that every old thing or whatever was done in the past is all wrong. No. Please, something could be right also. There are successes, to build on those successes. Learn from experiences, shorten the learning curve. Not that every time you have to start reinventing the wheel. Anticipate the future better. And this is what the input for this conference. So with these thoughts, I inaugurate this conference and wish all success to the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your visionary and thought-provoking inaugural address. We are now at an important moment of this conference as we proceed with the release of the souvenir for the IARPNC 2025. The souvenir is a reflection of the hard work, dedication, and commitment of all those who have contributed to this event. It serves as a valuable memento of knowledge shared and the collaborations formed during this conference. It is my pleasure to invite Professor K. Siddappa, former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, and former Director, Microtron Center, Bangalore University, to release the souvenir. And I also request all the dignitaries on the dais to join. Thank you, dignitaries. Moving on to an exciting and vital segment of this conference, the inauguration of Scientific and Trade Exhibition, which serves as a platform for showcasing cutting-edge technologies, innovations, and services related to the radiation protection and nuclear energy. It provides an excellent opportunity for all the participants to explore the latest advancements in the field, to interact with industry leaders, and gain insights into the tools and solutions that are shaping the future of radiation safety. It's my honor to invite Sri B. Vinod Kumar, Director, Kaiga Generating Station, Kaiga, to formally inaugurate the scientific and trade exhibition. Thank you. Further proceeding to another important moment of today's program, the release of the e-abstract book, which is a compilation of the abstracts submitted for the conference, providing an overview of the research, innovations, and insights that will be shared over the course of this event. It is a valuable resource for all the participants, capturing the essence of discussions and advancement in radiation protection and nuclear energy. May I now request Professor M. Vijay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Yanapoya, deemed to be University, to release the e-abstract book. And I request all the delegates to watch the unveiling of e-abstract book on the LED screen. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor K. Siddhappa, former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, former Director, Microtron Center, Bangalore University, to speak a few words about the conference.
Good morning to everybody, and I am indeed feel great to be amidst you this morning and part of this important conference. Sri D.K. Shuklaji, the chief guest and inaugurator of the program and esteemed chairman of the IARP, Sri Vinod Kumar ji, Professor Vijay Kumar ji, Dr. Aswal, Sri Raju Majwe, Professor Manjaya, Professor Karnakara, and the dignitaries of the dais, illustrious experts from different fields, from different institutions, my esteemed colleagues of Mangalore University, and my dear student friends and the delegates of the conference. This is a great moment for Mangalore University and for all of us. When we started the program way back, little over 4 decades ago, there was nothing in Mangalore University for the program we wanted to do. Absolutely no facility. The first person who started research on environmental radioactivity, I am happy that he is here, Professor Radhakrishna, a part-time research scholar, was collecting the samples from Kaiga region, carrying all the samples in several bags of raw samples, carrying all the way to Kalpakkam Environmental Survey Laboratory and processing there with the help of the facility as well as the persons there, then count them, and that kind of a hard work, we never thought it will become so easy, and subsequently, and we will have all the facilities that one can think of in this field of research, and even some of the facilities which are totally innovative and the first of its kind in the country. So starting from Radhakrishna to Karnakara, so much of water was flown and so much of development we could see, and so much of work and important data we could collect and publish for the international community. Well, all this I must acknowledge that the help, kind of an encouragement that we have received from BRC with the fellowship, research fellowships from BRC, work was started, and with the facilities at Kalpakkam the work was begun, and subsequently the BRNS and the entire atomic energy and all the establishment of atomic energy in the country have participated, collaborated in our work, and today Mangalore University in the forefront of research in every aspect of fundamental as well as application side for the peaceful applications of radiation and radiation technology, for the development, and now a new word has been coined, sustainable development. And I feel proud that we at Mangalore University were able to carry out so much of work, in what all Professor Sri Shuklaji was envisaging in his talk, inaugural address. Whether it is precise measurement of radiation, very low dose, very low level radiation, and in all required places, and taking the awareness programs to the public. In fact, when M.R. Srinivasan was the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, the first such public awareness program that was 5-day program was arranged in Mangalore City, St. Aloysius College, and there was a wonderful response from the public. And starting from that, throughout the Karnataka, including the very sensitive areas where a lot of protection and agitations were going on for Kaiga nuclear plant, so much of efforts were made with BRC and Kalpakkam scientists, experts in the field of radiation protection, and And that has resulted in gaining the confidence of the atomic energy in a major way. All the students of Mangalore University for the last over 4 decades have contributed in one way or the other, and simple to most complicated technology has been developed. In fact, from that absolutely no expertise, today Mangalore University can claim that we can train the foreign kind of interested scientists in the field to develop expertise in different areas of radiation technology. And I must appreciate the contribution and the efforts of these students who are multiple tens of students were engaged in this research work. Well, from those days to technology transfer to BRC and radiation, particularly thoron mitigation and new measurements of radon emanation in soils and all those things, and identification, apart from baseline data that we have conducted and which facilitate subsequently impact assessments also have been studied. When there was nothing in Kaiga, when I first visited the Kaiga along with, of course, ecology expert, the then Vice Chancellor, there was nothing, but still lot of noise was there of the public. And Vice Chancellor, ecology expert Professor Shafullah also contributed immensely for the greenery and development of wonderful greenery in Kaiga and surrounding places. And not only that, but important researchers have also gone in addition to radiation protection, the development of ecology and environment around. And we have also identified in accident situations, some accidents happens and all that, immediate monitoring of radiation activity could be considered with the help of two natural species of the region. One is Lishan family and another is Moss family. Bioindicators have been identified which have great affinity for absorption of radioactivity. And all these things have taken the radiation protection and safety to a much different level for the country and for the world. And that is the satisfaction we, all the group of the research in this field, could be, think of. And I am very happy that kind of discussion on all these aspects is going to be taken place in the next 3 days in this important conference. I am sure the papers that are going to be presented and discussed, and the kind of a new light that the delegates are going to throw, experts, they will feel and infer and all that, are going to be the leading lights for further development in this field. And as very rightly pointed out by Shuklaji, the founder of the nuclear research program in the country, Homi Bhabha, who wanted that peaceful applications of nuclear energy must predominate and must be given due place and all that all over the world, and India should become a leader, has been fully realized by all the successive experts, right from Raja Ramanna to Kakodkar and Vyasji and today the Mahantaji. And for in all these efforts, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board has played a pivotal role, and today the glimpses of all those efforts have been summarized while inaugurating the seminar by Mr. Shukla. I wish with these few remarks, I must congratulate the Karnakara for this great effort and bringing out also on this occasion a souvenir which will summarize some very fundamental aspects of the radiation protection and safety and the programs that are needed for the future further improvement of these safety aspects and all that. I wish with this, I, I thank Karnakara and his team and IARP and the entire body for organizing this conference here and providing me an opportunity to share some of my views in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Today, we also have with us Shri B. Vinod Kumar, Kaiga Generating Station, Kaiga. May I please request Shri B. Vinod Kumar to speak a few words.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and today's chief guest, Atomic Energy Chairman, Atomic Energy Board Chairman, Dr. D.K. Shuklaji, and all the other dignitaries on the dais, and of the dais, and August gathering of this conference. Indeed, I am happy to be this part of this conference and this inaugural program. First of all, it's our duty to pay tribute to our veteran nuclear scientist, former DIE chairman, Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan, Dr. R. Chidambaram, who passed away on 4th January of this year. It gives me great pleasure to join you all for this inauguration of this 35th IARP National Conference 2025 being held at Mangalore University. Great visionary Dr. Homi Bhabha laid the foundation for Indian nuclear power program. Today, India operates nuclear power reactors 24 numbers with an installed capacity of 8,180 megawatt. Additional 11 reactors are under construction with a combined capacity of 8,700 megawatt. The theme for this year's conference IARP-NC 2025 is Radiation Protection for Sustainable Nuclear Energy, Adapting to Climate and Technical Changes, which is timely and important for the current energy scenario. World has identified climate change as a defining issue of our time. The principal aim of the 2015 Paris Agreement was to keep the rise in global temperatures below 2 degrees compared to the pre-industrial levels. And with that aim, it needs to be limited to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The value 1.5 degree is selected based on a scientific consensus to reduce the risk posed by the climatic change. Another issue is carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases from electricity production. This has increased by more than 40% since 2000. Therefore, past 20 years, countries are putting efforts to increase the amount of electricity generated by renewable sources like wind, solar and others. But the use of fossil fuels as a source of energy is continued to a major source. As a matter of fact, in 2015, the fossil fuels produced more electricity than ever before. The world has accepted that if you need to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, use of fossil fuels must be reduced. Nuclear energy is a viable option which is clean, reliable and affordable for reducing the carbon emission. This is suitable for the large-scale time-bound construction. Nuclear power plants produce no greenhouse gas emissions during the plant operation. NPP produce same amount of carbon dioxide per unit of electricity as wind and only 1/3 of when it is compared to a solar energy. The world has concluded that contribution from nuclear power needs to be raised to contest the climatic change by keeping the rise in global temperature below 1.5 degree. This only can replace fossil fuel plants and produce electricity in large scale. At this point of time, we have to use all the technologies that can contribute towards solving this challenge faced by the humankind. We cannot afford to wait, as the impact of climatic change will hit the poorest and most vulnerable first, and falling to act will have significant humanitarian consequences. Over the 5 decades of safe and reliable operation, it is proven that nuclear power is not only an eco-friendly, carbon-free source of energy, but also sustainable and economically viable. With this proven track record, we can confidently look forward to expansion of the nuclear energy in India and in near future. India's nuclear power sector is having 41 million, has saved 41 million tons of carbon dioxide emission annually, compared to emissions that would have been generated by the equivalent electricity generated from coal-based power plants. India has initiated steps to increase the share of the nuclear power capacity. India firmly believes that nuclear power is the only clean and environmentally source of electricity which is available 24/7 and can provide the country a long-term energy security in a sustainable manner. The growth of Indian nuclear power program is imperative to meet the twin goals of energy security and sustainable development. It is Government of India's aim to have significant share of nuclear energy in the mix by year 2027, when India celebrates 100 years of independence. As a medium target, it is aimed to have achieved tripling the nuclear power generation capacity by 2030. Mangalore University, with its long-standing collaboration with the DAE, has been in front for nuclear research for the last 30 years. They have support from the Board of Research in Nuclear Science, Government of India, and technical expert from BARC. Their facilities for thorium and thoron related research is first of its kind, and we know that India's future fuel is thorium based. Over the years, Mangalore University has made remarkable contributions through research funded by BRNS. For example, the university conducted studies on baseline radiation levels along the west coast of India, including the Kaiga region, before commissioning of Kaiga NPP. Further, the university has continued to study the environmental impact assessment in this area. NPCL also committed to this research, providing funding for vital studies in radionuclide transfer factors and dose assessments in this area surrounding Kaiga. So we have also extended infrastructure support to the university. The research conducted by Mangalore University has contributed in fostering public confidence in safety and reliability of the nuclear power. As we gather for this conference, I am confident that it will serve as an essential platform for stakeholders to engage in meaningful discussions on radiological safety and sharing of thoughts. This conference offers an opportunity to advance our collective knowledge and enhance our commitment to ensure safe and responsible use of ionization radiation. I extend my warmest wishes for the grand success of 35th IARP National Conference and to look forward to the rich exchange and insights that will emerge in coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Director, Kaiga Generating Station Kaiga, for your kind words. We are honored to have Professor M. Vijay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Enapoya, deemed to be University. I humbly request Professor M. Vijay Kumar to address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Should not be sleeping, right? the presiding officer of the program, Sri Raju Mahavira, the chief guest of the today's function, Sri D.K. Shuklaji, Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Mumbai, and all other guests of honor, and on the dais, and my dear friends, colleagues, students. It's good to be here after a long time. Thanks to Dr. Siddhappa who brought me here for the MSc Radiation Physics program, and because of his intervention, we are able to help the MSc Radiation Physics program here with their internship on our Radiation Oncology Department and Radiation Physics Department. And I am also thankful to Professor Karnakara, who was good enough to invite me to be here as a part of it, knowing very well that I am not a part of this radiation at all. And I think I am the only non-radiation person who is sitting here and talking to you. The only relationship I had, actually I was thinking what is the relationship you had with the radiation protection was only two, in a more lighter sense. So all of you are very serious about it. I come from a place which is 20 kilometers away from or closer to Kalpakkam. So when it was started way back in early 70, there was a big hangama saying that there is going to be a nuclear bomb there. So that was the talk of the town when I was then as an MBBS student, I was made to go there, see the project, etc. It's 1973. That's the only thing I had to go there to just see. But ironically, when I became the director of Kidwai, I had to be the signatory for all the IARP papers, and I was on newspaper because of IARP. That is also in the lighter sense, of course. Of course, I was in the newspaper. The Hindu paper said the last nail was put on the coffin of the Peripheral Cancer Center, Gulbarga. Thanks to IARP, I was in the paper. That is on radiation safety again. The radiation safety officer there was getting, I distinctly remember, it was 27,000 rupees state government salary at the time for him. Obviously, he jumped out to Hyderabad, went for 75,000 rupees. So he just left. So the IARP sent a notice to me saying that you close down. Either you appoint an RSO or close down. I went on dragging, saying that the patients are on machine, we can't close down, etc. The fourth month, they said you close. Then I have to. When I said I am going to give the closing order, then my name was there in the Hindu paper, saying that I am the responsible for closing down that. Anyway, then came the way we have to go around, and thanks to that and MRMC Medical College, I have to go and literally beg them to appoint a person from there, and with the PPP model, I regenerated, and it went on. And is going on well. We have also upgraded it. When I left that place of Kidwai, I could upgrade it from a cobalt machine to linear accelerator. In fact, IMRT and IGRT could be given. Then came here, and I came to Enapaya here, where I am the Vice Chancellor. Again, I am the signatory for IRB. But in a good sense, things happened that I could start a comprehensive cancer center with radiation oncology as well as nuclear medicine coming into the picture, and we have got probably the best of the center today in this region, thanks to Tata Trust, who are kind enough to donate us the whole project. And I am the signatory, as I said, as IARP, so that is the only relationship I have with them. Having said that, I work with radio diagnosis, I work with radiotherapy, and of course I work with nuclear medicine facility. That's how I'm very close, being a cancer surgeon. But my only request to all of you sitting here would be the number of the people who are getting produced in the radiation physics. That is one more issue I faced because of the same problem. I said Gulbarga. I was wondering why people are not coming there, because at that point of time there are only 7 centers giving MS radiation physics. I was surprised, only 7 centers in the whole of the country. Then I made it a point to start the 8th center. It was in Kidwai Cancer Center. I started the MS Radiation Physics program, and then the private sectors also started making the radiation physics people number to come inside. Number is important for a country like this. I don't know how many of you know the data. I'm sure most of you, because you are on the same side. The requirement as per WHO of radiotherapy, I can only talk radiotherapy and radiation, nuclear medicine. I can't talk radiation protection, as you are the experts on that. So radiotherapy machines requirement as per the WHO is around 1 per crore population. We have only 0.4 or only 4 per crore population. What is required is 10 per crore population. I just looked at the data where there are 76 radiotherapy machines per crore population in USA. Forget USA, they always overdo, will think. But a more populous country like China, I went and saw, they have 8 and we are not even having 4. So the moment the number of radiotherapy machines go up, the requirement for the radiation physicists and the RSOs will go up, radiation technologies will go up. And thanks to IARP, which put all the regulations saying that how many people to be appointed, and they are the only people who said, based on the treatment numbers, that is 400 if I am correct, 400 persons getting treated will have 1 RSO, 2 technologies, etc. So as the number of radiation treatment goes on and the number of patients goes on, radiotherapy machines go on in increasing number, we are going to have more and more necessity for the radiation physics and technology. Why I am coming to say that as an academician sitting in a university here with the MS radiation physics, etc., please remember that these are all going to be skill-based and competency-based programs, not just academics. I am little skeptical about the way, as an academician, I am an academician, I am an educationist, I am a surgeon, etc. But when they come out, they have to be industry ready, they have to be employable. That is where the problem comes, where they are coming out with degrees, qualifications may be very well, with medals, but the skill sets required, at least their exposure is not that good, and that is where the NEP 2020 is coming into the picture, new education policy, where they are making the skill-based education as a most important point as a part of the curriculum, even in MSc level, and now they are making that is important even at the undergraduate level. So kindly I will request all of you, deviating a little from your radiation protection, you are all there as RSOs, and where you are going to train them, please see to that the training is not just theoretical education and knowledge based, but has to be skill based also. That is my request for everyone who are on the dais or on this side, who have the reason to be here is not only for radiation protection, but basically you are all RSOs, you are here. See that they are trained well and industry ready. That is my request to every one of you, and I once again thank everybody who has made me come and part of it, and to our might we are trying to help the Mangalore University in whatever way possible, and I congratulate Professor Karnakara for bringing this program to Mangalore and be a part of it. Thank you very much. God bless. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. It is with great pleasure that we come together today at the IARP NC 2025, a gathering that reflects our shared commitment to advancing the field of radiation protection. This conference provides a unique forum for us to engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange knowledge, and explore solutions to the challenges facing nuclear energy today. We are fortunate to have Dr. D.K. Aswal, Director, Health, Safety and Environment Group, BARC. I request dear Sir to address us on the importance of health, safety and environmental conditions in the context of nuclear energy.
Thank you very much, and good noon to everyone. And morning to noon, now we have been hearing so many speeches on the radiation protection. As has been told very clearly that nuclear energy is one of the cleanest energy. But look at our Ministry of Environment and Forest and Central Pollution Control Board. They have put nuclear energy under the red category. And it's a paradox. how come a clean energy can be put under the red category by our own ministry? And that is where I am always afraid of the old thought process, that is a radiation protection. Radiation protection means any radiation is harmful. Any radiation is harmful is there, therefore we are there, and therefore we are going to protect the public, the occupational working from the radiation. And this philosophy was generated by Hermann Muller for the vested interest. That is a matter of a great debate and discussion. We can talk a number of times. All his experiments were done at very high doses of few thousands of millisieverts, where he has found that there is a genetic hereditary effects. And when he got the Nobel Prize, he said that no, it is applicable to any of the radiation doses. And unfortunately, the entire scientific community, the entire regulatory mechanism in the world, they picked up that issue that any radiation is harmful, and it continues. Still, you are working for that. Suklaji mentioned that in our high background zone, like in Ramsar or in Kerala or wherever they are, or even to the matter, all the astronauts and cosmonauts, those who have gone to the space, they have experienced high doses of few hundred to millisieverts of dose a year. Scientific data shows that there is a negative correlation. So why we are still continuing to say to the public and to ourselves that any radiation is harmful? A huge amount of data is available in the literature now. That shows that low doses infects are good. It is like a vaccine. It emulates your immune system. And that is what the explanation of astronauts, cosmonauts, those who are living in the high background areas, it shows that why there is a negative correlation. And therefore, if you see the last literature for several on those in the biological systems, unfortunately, India has not taken up a good amount of research. What happens at low doses? Fear for what? The initial fear was for the genetic modification, which was finally proven wrong by the international community, including the US NRC. Then the second fear came, the probability of cancer. Probability of cancer of 5% per sievert is 1000 millisievert and above, not below that. So what we are protecting at the doses below 100 millisievert? God knows. But still we have created that kind of panic in this environment. And until and unless we change this radiation protection and rename it adaptive radiation safety. Adaptive is very important, that this system is adaptive at the low doses, and radiation safety is very much required for high doses. So radiation protection is required at very high doses, not at the low doses. So until and unless we do this fundamental change in our thought process, I don't think we are going to go anywhere. Look at the nuclear energy. We are almost into 5 to 6 decades in nuclear energy business. Our growth has been 0.12 gigawatt per decade. And as has been said, that we are only 8 gigawatt. When it takes the entire national perspective, we are only few percent, less than 2% of the energy. Now, we have predicted 100 gigawatt of energy by 2047. It means we need to produce 4 gigawatt per year. It means we have to put our efforts 40 times more. How we are going to do that? So with current radiation protection rules and regulations, we are not going to do it. It itself is going to block us. Roughly, if you take a one site, if you produce 2 gigawatt, to produce 100 gigawatt, we need at least 50 sites. As of now, we have got only 7 sites. We need a 50 sites. Who is going to give the sites? When you say that radiation protection, any radiation is harmful. And that's why this phenomena is known as, called a NIMBY, not in my backyard. Radiation, nuclear energy is good, it should be produced in the country, but not in my state, not in my vicinity. because we scientific community has given a perception that any radiation is harmful, which is very dangerous. Of course, it was started with a vested interest, it continues, and in my opinion, we should debate on this thought process, school of thought, that up to what doses we should say that it is harmful. And definitely, in my opinion, the radiation protection term should go away. It should be replaced by the adaptive radiation safety at the high doses only. So these are the initial thoughts. Hopefully, this community will debate and discuss on that. And I wish all the best for the intense debate on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your words have truly set the tone for a successful and impactful conference. Today, while being a part of this wonderful conference, we celebrate the remarkable achievement of those who have shown exceptional commitment to promoting safety, sustainability, and progress in radiation protection. Their work inspires us all to continue striving for excellence in ensuring the well-being of our communities and the environment. We have now approached to the most significant moment of the day, the presentation of IARP Awards 2025, which recognizes the outstanding contribution to the field of radiation protection. I now invite Dr. S. Anand, Secretary, IARP, to announce the names of the award winners.
Good afternoon to everybody. This is an important part of this event, IARP Awards 2025. Can you please switch over? Yeah, thank you. These awards are being instituted by various senior members of IARP over 2-3 decades, and it contains around 10 to 11 categories. Thus, who were contributed significantly in each area. And we request our chief guest, Sri Suklaji, to present these awards to the recipients. So, first award is about this IARP Lifetime Achievement Award 2025. IARP is privileged to bestow this Lifetime Achievement Award 2025 on Dr. K.S. Pradeep Kumar for his outstanding contribution in the field of radiation protection and safety, radiation instrumentation, and radiation emergency preparedness. Sir, please. I kindly request Sri Suklaji to hand over this citation and CAS award. And Dr. Pradeep Kumar played a key role in advancing India's nuclear safety measures, establishing emergency response systems, and enhancing preparedness to international standards. Thank you, sir. The next award is Dr. A.K. Ganguly Memorial Oration Award. This is in the memory of Dr. Anil Kumar Ganguly, who is the founder of this health physics program in Department of Atomic Energy. And this award goes to Dr. Mukund Srinivas Kulkarni for his outstanding contribution in the field of radiation safety in nuclear facilities, research reactors, accelerator technologies, and other health physics activities. Sir, please. Dr. Kulkarni, outstanding scientist, and he served as member of various national and international committees, and also he has received several awards in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the field of radiation protection and safety. The award carries a citation and shield. The next award is Dr. Kishan Gopal Vora Memorial Oration Award 2025. This IARP is privileged to bestow the KG Vora Memorial Oration Award 2025 on Dr. A. Vinod Kumar for his outstanding contribution in the field of environmental sciences, aerosols, atmospheric radioactivity, and radiation protection. Sir, please. Dr. Vinod Kumar is presently head of environmental monitoring and advisory assessment division, and he is developed IRODOS, an online decision support system that predicts the spread of activity using dispersion modeling, and also he plays key role in IARMAN, that is Environmental Radiation Monitoring Network, and he has received Group Achievement Award and Special Contribution Award under DA's Excellence in Science, Engineering and Technology scheme. Thank you, sir. And next award is Sri A. Nagaratnam Memorial Oration Award, which is instituted in the memory of Sri Nagaratnam in 2008 in the recognition of his outstanding contribution in the field of radiation protection and instrumental in building the institution like Defense Lab at Jodhpur. So this award IARP is privileged to bestow the Sri Nagaratnam Memorial Oration Award 2025 on Sri Ajay Singh Rathore for his outstanding contribution in the design and development of monitoring and surveillance systems for radiation protection application in defense sector. Sri Ajay Singh Rathore, an outstanding scientist and associate director at DRDO's Defense Laboratory in Jodhpur, and he has made significant contribution to radiation protection in the defense sector. Thank you, sir. The next award is Sri P.R. Kamath Radiation Environmentalist Award 2025. This is instituted in 2005, and IARP is proud to confer on Dr. Vandana Epulani the Sri P.R. Kamath Radiation Environmentalist Award 2025 for her outstanding contribution in the field of environmental radioactivity measurements. Madam, please. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you, sir. She has made a significant contribution in the baseline studies for DAE facilities and provided technical support to NPCL for MOEF clearance. And also her work explores radionuclide transport and impact of climate change. Thank you. The next award, Dr. A.K. Ganguly Research and Development Award 2025, and this award goes to Dr. Minal Y. Nadar for her outstanding contribution in the field of internal dosimetry and radiation protection. Her research focuses on in vivo radioactivity measurements and uncertainties due to internal contamination of actinides, and she developed critical techniques for are in the area of wound monitoring and lung monitoring of occupational workers. The next award is Dr. A.R. Gopal Iyengar Young Scientist Award 2025, and he is one of the President Emeritus of IARP, and this Young Scientist Award goes to Dr. Neena G. Sitake for her outstanding contributions in the field of cancer nanomedicine with relevance to cancer therapy and radiobiology research. And this award is specifically for the people who have made outstanding contribution in the field of radiobiology, biophysics and environmental biology. Next we will move to this Meritorious Radiation Safety Officer Award 2025, and this is instituted in 1994 to recognize the contributions of the radiation safety officer from non-DAE institution. So this year Dr. Mukesh Kumar Zok, he is selected for his outstanding contribution to radiological safety and protection in medical oncology. Mukesh Kumar, postgraduate diploma in radiological physics. He is an assistant professor at Indira Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Patna. The next award is Meritorious Operational Health Physicist Award 2025, and IARP is privileged to bestow this Meritorious Operational Health Physicist Award 2025 for two people. First is Sri Sangameswar Managanvi from tabs 3 and 4, and Srinivas Vaikuntham from BRC Mumbai. And Sri Sangameswar Managanvi, with over 3 decades of experience, he has made significant contributions to operational health physics, particularly in radiation protection at nuclear power plants. And Srinivas Vaikuntham joined BRC in 1993. He has vast experience in the operational health physics and currently serving as Radiation Safety Officer for various BRC facilities, including BRIT operations. And the next award is Dr. A.K. Ganguly Best Essay Award, and this is instituted by Dr. M.R. Iyer, and we conduct this public awareness program, our members of IARP, at various places all over India, and they conduct, during this awareness program, they ask to write the essays, and based on their essays collected over this past 1 year, there are 4 prizes have been awarded. And the first prize is Ms. Sonam Sujit Chavan from Karad. Second prize goes to Sri Sadaf, Royal College, Mira Road. And they could not come, these students, because of the exam and other transport problems. But the third prize, Sri Abhishek from SKN Engineering College, Pandarpur, he has come to receive this award. And other person could not come, Ms. Sakshi Patil from Karad. Sri Abhishek, SKN Engineering College, Pandarpur, please. The next award is Dr. A.K. Ganguly, Dr. D.V. Gobinath, Radiation Protection and Environment Journal Best Manuscript Award 2025. And this award goes to Dr. Sabyasachi Pal et al. On the paper research article titled Impact of Supporting Substrate on the Measured Neutron Yield from Lithium System. Normally past 1 year or 2 year, whatever the papers published in this RP journal, this is IARP journal, this best manuscript award is selected by the editor D.D. Rao, and since he is not come to this conference, we will give it at Mumbai. And yes, sir, these are the awards, and we are at the end of this ceremony. And there are one announcement that these awards for the best oral and poster presentation, there are 6 awards are there. This will be presented during valedictory function. And also there is a career award instituted by Dr. P.M. Ravi, which will be also best paper will be selected, and this will be awarded at the end of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations to all the awardees for your exceptional contribution. You truly inspire us all. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our guest of honor, Sri Raju Mogavira, Registrar, Mangalore University, and the chairman of the local organizing committee who has been overseeing all the arrangements for this conference. Thank you, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. Your support and encouragement mean the world to us. I request our beloved registrar to deliver the presidential address.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear delegates. Let me congratulate the award winners for their wonderful achievements. With immense pride and profound honor, I welcome you all to the 35th Indian Association of Radiation Protection National Conference at Mangalore University. This gathering is not just a celebration of the field of radiation physics, but also a testament to the progress we have made together as a community. I would like to extend a special welcome to our distinguished guests, Dr. D.K. Shuklaji, Chairman of the Atomic Energy Regulator Board, Dr. D.K. Aswal, Professor Vijay Kumar, Sri Vinod Kumar, Professor K. Siddhappa, Sri Prabol Chaudhary, Dr. S. Anand, for their presence here. Your esteemed presence here today emphasizes the strong and enduring bonds between Mangalore University and India's premier research organizations, and we are grateful for your support. For a common man, radiation is often associated with the unknown. People are conscious about how radiation interacts with cells in their bodies. Radiation fears originated from decades of disinformation and lack of public engagement. The reality is that radiation is everywhere and generally is neither harmful nor dangerous. It is said that a pilot receives more radiation than a worker working in a nuclear plant. A conference like this must educate the beneficial aspects of radiation because radiation is ever present in nature. For over 4 decades, beginning in the early 1980s, Mangalore University has been at the forefront of radiation physics research and education in India. Our journey in this field began with a vision to advance and apply scientific knowledge for societal benefit. This legacy was further strengthened in 1995 when Professor Siddhappa, who is amongst us today, established the Microtron Center through a collaborative venture with RRCAT Indore and BARC Mumbai. It further strengthened the university's ongoing commitment to excellence in radiation research and advanced applications. The university's dedication to advancing radiation physics has led to the creation of multiple centers of excellence. In 2011, we set up the Center for Advanced Research in Radiation Technology, CART. CART's state-of-the-art facilities, including gamma irradiators and radioimmunoassay laboratories, have revolutionized our research capabilities. CART has become a hub for groundbreaking studies in radiation technology, furthering our contribution to both national and global advancement in radiation protection and safety. In 2015, we continued to broaden our horizons with the establishment of Center for Advanced Research in Environmental Radiation, CARER. The center exemplifies Mangalore University's commitment to global collaboration, fostering partnership with prestigious institutions all over the world. The center's work ranges from monitoring environmental radionuclides to ensuring food safety through the detection of adulterants in essential oils. Notably, CARER has also hosted international initiatives like the Radon Intercomparison Exercise, reinforcing our leadership in environmental radiation research. Following the establishment of CARER, Mangalore University took another significant step by launching the MSc Medical Physics program. Developed through strategic partnerships with leading hospitals in Mangalore, this program has become a beacon of excellence in radiation protection education in India. A highlight of Mangalore University's industry collaboration is our 30-year partnership with Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited at the Kaiga Nuclear Power Plant. This long-standing collaboration has been pivotal in conducting comprehensive environmental surveys in the Kaiga region, providing conclusive scientific evidence that nuclear installations such as those at Kaiga do not pose any adverse effects on the surrounding environment or public health. Our rigorous studies in this area have proven that nuclear power can coexist safely with the environment, and these findings have been instrumental in addressing public concerns, enhancing trust and promoting informed discussions on nuclear energy. I am grateful that the Director Kaiga has spoken highly about Mangalore University's association with Kaiga all these years. These successes underscore a fundamental truth. The future of radiation protection lies in the synergy between academic research and industrial application. As we face increasingly complex challenges in promoting nuclear energy and protecting the environment, this collaboration becomes not just beneficial but essential. Mangalore University's ongoing commitment to strengthening relationships with the Department of Atomic Energy and its sister concerns represents this collaborative spirit in action. Looking ahead, we see boundless opportunities for partnership. Universities provide the theoretical foundation and innovative research that industries need, while industry partners offer real-world challenges that drive academic research forward and provide our students with invaluable practical exposure. This symbiotic relationship is particularly crucial in radiation protection, where theoretical understanding must seamlessly translate into practical safety measures across hospitals, nuclear facilities, and research institutions. Let us use these 3 days not just to share research findings, but to forge new partnerships and strengthen existing ones. The future of radiation protection depends on our collective ability to innovate, collaborate, and translate scientific knowledge into practical solutions that benefit society. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all who have made this conference possible, our organizing committee members, our distinguished speakers, and all participants. Your presence here today reflects the collaborative spirit that has always defined our field. With great optimism for the future of radiation protection in India, I wish this conference great success and fruitful scientific interaction among the experts and the young scientists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable presidential address. It is said that every token of appreciation carries a story of gratitude. Today, we are honored to present mementos to the dignitaries on the dais as a gesture of our immense respect and heartfelt thanks. Their presence here today has enriched this event, and these mementos serves as a small way to acknowledge the invaluable role they play in inspiring and guiding us. So, on behalf of Mangalore University, I request Sri Raju Mogavira, Registrar, to kindly come forward to hand over mementos to D.K. Shukla, Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Mumbai. Professor K. Siddappa, former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, and former Director, Microtron Center, Mangalore University. Dr. D.K. Aswal, Director, Health, Safety and Environment Group, BARC. Professor M. Vijay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Enapoya, Deemed to be University. Shri B. Vinod Kumar, Director, Kaiga Generating Station, Kaiga. Thank you, sir. And on behalf of 35th IARP National Conference, I request Shri Prabhal Chaudhary, President, Indian Association for Radiation Protection, to hand over the memento to Shri Raju Mogavira, Registrar, Mangalore University. Thank you, sir. As the saying goes, gratitude turns what we have into enough and more. Finally, we are here to formally close this session. So may I now request Professor Manjaya D.H., Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Mangalore University, to deliver vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Hari Om, Guru Yom Namaha. Very good afternoon to all, respected ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief Guest of Honor, respected delegates and esteemed colleagues. I am truly honored to be here today and would like to express my deepest appreciation to all those who have played a part in making this conference very grand success. First of all, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our esteemed Chief Guest, Sri D.K. Shuklaji, Chairman, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, and who is the inaugurator and gracing us with his presence today. Your valuable insights and inspiring words, you set a positive tone for the conference, and we are truly honored to have you here, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.L. Dharmaji, for his unwavering support, encouraging us to take up this responsibility and leading from the front towards organizing this mega event. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to extend a deepest gratitude to eminent guest of honor, Professor K. Siddhappa, former Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, Professor M. Vijay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Enapaya, deemed to be University, for his fruitful accommodation providing, logistics, and all kind of support for the successful mega event. Sri B. Vinod Kumar, Site Director KGS, and Dr. D.K. Aswal, Director, Health, Safety and Environment Group, BARC, Dr. Prabal Chowdhury, Head Health Physics Division of BARC, and Dr. S. Anand, Secretary IARP, for joining us today and your positive present, valuable thoughts for this great mega event. We would like to thank our beloved Registrar, Sri K. Raju Magavira, for kindly presiding today's function as a chairman of the local organizing committee. He has been supervising all the arrangement with minute details and cared to ensure success of this conference. Thank you very much, sir. IARP and Mangalore University have a partnership more than 2 decades. We thank IARP and partnering with Mangalore University host this conference in the beautiful campus. We would like to convey our sincere thanks to AERB, INRF, CSIR, BRNS and Mangalore University for their generous support and funding, which have played a crucial role in making this conference very positive and possible. We also thank all the sponsors for supporting this mega event very successfully. We thank the chairman, members and the National Advisory Committee, National Organizing Committee for their valuable suggestion for this mega event. We thank the conveners and members of various local organizing committee, volunteers and supporting staff. Your hard work, dedication and tireless efforts behind the scenes, you have made this event very successful and possible. We truly appreciate your commitment to make this conference very successful one. On behalf of the Mangalore University and IARP, I would like to thank the invited speakers, resource person and session chairperson and special invitees. Would like to extend a special thanks to all the delegates and invited speakers for this mega event. We are all delightful to have approximately nearly 198 delegates from the BARC and IGCR, NPCL and AARB, Defense Laboratory and the Indian Army. Additionally, we are pleased to thank around 50 trade exhibitors from various companies as well as 44 delegates from universities and other institutions from different parts of the country. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the syndicate and the academic council members as well as other office bearers of the IARP for their valuable support and contributions. We would like to thank the members of the press and media for accepting our invitation and helping to highlight the importance of this mega event. We also thank Mangalore University providing as a logistic support and throughout this conference. Most importantly, I am very thankful to the icon of this mega event, none other than Professor Karudakarayan, having with wonderful team of students in the Department of Medical Physics, followed by the research scholars of the career and CART and supporting staff. We thank the press and the media for wide coverage of this event. We appreciate their valuable contribution in the success of this program in this our university. But not the least, I would like to extend my thanks to everyone who have supported and enabled us to organize this conference very successfully. Your cooperation and enthusiasm have been invaluable. Thanks due to a teaching and non-teaching staff and staff of the engineering division. As we embark the proceedings of this conference, I look forward to the fruitful discussion, inspiring presentation and meaningful, very collaborative work. Thank you once again for being here and wish everyone enriching, successful of this mega event. Our special thanks due to Mr. Vishran and Sales Event Manager for the wonderful arrangement we have seen here today. Finally, I would like to thank each one of them who have supported directly and indirectly for the successful of this fantabulous mega event IARPC NC 2025, which are going to be held in our Mangalore University campus. And thank you one and all. Jai Hind. Have a good day.
With that, we conclude the inaugural session of 35th IARP National Conference. We look forward to a few fruitful and enriching days of discussions, learnings, and exchange of ideas. Let us work together to shape a sustainable future for nuclear energy and radiation protection. Dear guests, we kindly request everyone to quickly gather outside the auditorium for a group photo session, and after that we shall have 15 minutes break for high tea, and soon after that we would proceed towards the inauguration of trade exhibition just outside the auditorium. Thank you one and all. We kindly request again to gather outside the auditorium for a quick photo session. Hello? Hello?
Okay. So, good afternoon to everybody. We are running out of time, and there are 3 memorial oration award lectures. The first one is Dr. A.K. Ganguly Memorial Oration Award received by Dr. M.S. Kulkarni. He will be giving this talk, and due to the time restriction, we would like to complete by 2 o'clock, maybe by 10 minutes each lecture. So, I call Dr. M.S. Kulkarni for delivering this lecture. Sir, please. What happened? Just put it full screen. Put it full screen. Full screen. ಬರ್ತದಲ್ಲ can give me it later. Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this Oration Award session of this Indian Association for Radiation Protection. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to Indian Association for Radiation Protection, which I was associated for a very long time, almost for more than 25-30 years. I was associated in various capacities in IARP, and I am very happy to receive this Dr. A.K. Ganguly Memorial Oration Award. So I was just given only 10 minutes time. I will have to rush through many of these slides. I may have to skip. Please pardon me for that. So coming back to this topic on Dr. A.K. Ganguly Memorial Oration Award, as you all know, Dr. Anil Kumar Ganguly was the pioneer of health physics and radiation protection program of the Indian nuclear facilities. It all started with Dr. Baba appointing him as to take care of the health safety aspects in the then atomic energy establishment. So basically I wanted to cover the entire evolution of health physics, radiation protection and regulatory aspects, but because of the paucity of time and further I have to reduce my talk, because I had one opportunity recently in 2022 that I had an opportunity to write a paper in a special issue of Current Science on the historical background of and the evolution of health physics, radiation protection and regulatory aspects in the Indian nuclear energy program, and particularly on the contributions of Dr. Bhabha in this particular field. So I had an opportunity to go through a lot of literature, in the old literature, how it all evolved, these practices in India. So I was really astonished and overwhelmed to see the contribution of Dr. A.K. Ganguly, who was the real champion of health safety and radiation protection program in India. As it is mentioned here, it was in the early days, in those days when atomic energy establishment was established in way back in 1952. And that time Dr. Bhabha was looking for the young professionals who were working in these various fields, and he was looking for this particularly in this radiation protection arena, and he selected Dr. A.K. Ganguly, who was working as a research associate
in University of Notre Dame in USA to head the health physics and waste management aspects in the AET. And because of that, Dr. Ganguly joined DAE in 1950 and was immediately deputed to Chalk River laboratories in Canada to get familiar with the radiation safety aspects and organize the radiation protection program in India. And on his arrival back to India, he laid a very strong foundation for a broad-based health physics program involving many disciplines. I will just go through some of the disciplines. It is not possible to cover everything. In the initial years of AET, as I said, Bhava appointed him, Dr. Ganguly, as the head of radiation hazard control section under Dr. A.S. Rao, who was the founder of ECIL, which known today. Actually, Dr. Rao was the head for both health physics division and the electronics division in those days in 1956. And the HPD consisted of basically radiation hazard control section, environmental studies section, biosys section, industrial hygiene section, and a group to standardize radiation sources. It all started with this, and he expanded the scope of health physics into various related branches of science. And transforming it into a comprehensive broad-based radiation protection program, which included some of the things I have written here: radiation physics, modeling of radiation transport, radiation ecology, micrometeorology for impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, and environmental dosimetry, environmental chemistry, radiation biology, internal and external radiation dosimetry, health physics instrumentation, fission product studies, where work was initiated in the beginning in those time in AET. And all these are even practiced today also, and they are very important, and still they are practiced in a bigger way. Those early days it started, the roots were in the early 1950s. So radiological safety analysis is the first one. I will just rush through because of the time paucity. This radiological safety analysis is a systematic process carried out over the lifetime of a facility to ensure that all the relevant safety requirements are met by the proposed design for the protection of the occupational workers, the public, and the environment. And HPD was basically responsible under the leadership of Dr. Ganguly for indoctrinating the radiological safety in Indian nuclear energy program and carrying out safety analysis right from the early days of DAE. And he played a major role in preparing the safety reports for the CIRUS reactor, which was later on. Actually, there were three basic chapters on accident analysis, waste disposal, and emergency preparedness for the CIRUS reactor, which was again presented in IAEA, and it was well appreciated and well documented by IAEA, because you can see in early 1962 when the first research reactor was, of course, the CIRUS research reactor was commissioned. That time the safety analysis was not such readily available, but it was Dr. Ganguly's initiative. Everything he started from scratch and then made a very good report on the safety in various aspects. Another area where he had made a good footprint was dose apportionment, which is nothing but the concept for dose apportionment, concept for introducing for judicious utilization of public dose limit. And this had advantages that it controls public exposure at the source rather than in the environment. And HPD carried out detailed radiological impact assessment for the existing and upcoming nuclear power plants and the other sites, recommending dose apportionment values for each of the plants. And the radiological safety analysis carried out by HPD helped as an important prerequisite for obtaining environmental clearance and regulatory clearance by the regulatory body. Of course, that time health division was itself as a considered as a regulatory. Later on in late, around initial 1983 onwards, it became IARP. Till that time, it was the health physics division who was taking care of all these activities. Another area where he made a good footprint is the radiological impact assessment during normal operation of the facility and during the means a normal operation, and during the accidental discharges in any of the nuclear power plant sites. I will not go into the details, but it is just to emphasize that these are the practices which were started way back in 1962 onwards. So environmental surveillance around NPP, nuclear power plants, is another very big area where Ganguly made a very big footprint of his knowledge. In 1957, as Ganguly initiated work on environmental surveillance of radioactive discharges from the nuclear facilities that time in Trombay, means AET. And one of the earliest activities started was the study of the recipient capacity of the Trombay Bay due to possible discharges from the laboratories and plants that were fast coming up in those days in AET in BRC, and starting from the Cyrus reactor and associated nuclear fuel cycle facilities. And he had adopted innovative methods to estimate the dilution of the bay water with the main sea and the dispersion pattern using this sodium 24 radioactive tracer and dyes and physical markers. He had these ideas in the early 1960s. Means 1960s he had taken up this thing, and during the construction of this TAPS 1 and 2, that Tarapur Atomic Power Station 1 and 2, Dr. Ganguly proposed to set up the environmental survey laboratory at the Tarapur site, which was basically it was opposed because of the cost which was involved. And then it was actually Dr. Bhabha had supported us, actually Dr. Shukla, Chairman IARP, he had shown the that today when he had IARP, he is writing one book, he has shown the commitment of Dr. Bhabha towards the radiation safety program of the DAE. So it all happened because of this. When this TAPS 1 and 2 was to come up, that time it was opposed, the proposal was opposed by and then because citing the constraint of fund constraint. But when it was Ganguly told it to Dr. Bhabha, he had written categorically on the file that there is no ESL, let there be no nuclear power plant. So he was so supportive to this environmental safety program of the health safety environment group that time. And ESL was attached to Tarapur NPT because of that, and started with a separate building located in the residential colony, forcing the continued use of laboratory even in case of forcing accidental event if it had occurred in the power station. So that was the idea of Dr. Ganguly, and ESL became an essential feature in all the nuclear power plants. Now there are chain of ESL labs across India, and wherever there is a nuclear power station or wherever there is a nuclear facility coming up anywhere in the country, the ESL takes care of doing the baseline studies and keeping all the data, which becomes very useful for us to tackle many of the different situation cases and other things. So this was the first environmental survey library which was set up by Dr. Ganguly Tarapur. And the role of the ESL was to collect and analyze atmospheric, aquatic and terrestrial samples up to 30 kilometers from the plant site. And the estimation of the dose to the member of public, they used to calculate. Even now also the same practice is being followed. Measurement of meteorological parameters, whole body counting of all the NPP personnel working in the air, contamination, internal contamination monitoring. And then they in addition, they undertake R&D studies related to the monitoring and uptake of the radionuclides in various environmental matrices, and public awareness and emergency preparedness related activities also they undertake. So this is what that the nuclear power plant, the ESL at various distances from the power site, they take the samples of various type of samples, the water samples, the vegetation and the air sample, and all those depending on the recommendations by the committee, the samples are collected, analyzed, and then these are all the way the samples are collected in number, what are all the number of samples collected in which part of the year and how many samples are collected, all those details have been given here. So what I wanted to emphasize is that those reached by the members of the public because of the operation of nuclear power plant at various power stations. It is shown with tabs, raps, maps, all those things are shown here. If you compare it with the natural background, not even high background, natural background radiation, even I am standing here, if I stay in Mangalore for a year, I will be getting around 2.4 millisievert dose. So like that, if you see that this is AERB, 1 millisievert per annum, that is the public dose which is allowed by AERB. So these doses at various power stations are much less as compared to the limit set by AERB. Other area where Dr. Ganguly made emphasis in health physics activities for front-end nuclear fuel cycle facilities. The large number of such facilities started coming after the initiation of this Indian nuclear energy program. And we have, that time, Jaduguda mines was operational during Dr. Bhaba's time. Later on, the Turamdi and Bandrong mine is open mining cave at that site. And then uranium mining and milling activities started. And this, the waste from this uranium mining was put in a pond-like area. Of course, they used to call it a tailing pond, but it is the waste of nuclear. I mean, this after extracting uranium, it need not even called as a pond. But anyway, that is there. And then later on, we had Turamdi and other mines came up at various sites in Andhra and other places. So the front-end nuclear fuel cycle is more challenging because of the handling of open sources, more manual handling, large number of people appointed and handling the activities, both regular and contract workers, volume of waste generated comparable to the other nuclear power facilities, and large quantity of waste disposed of, handling of large quantity of low specific activity waste, and natural radionuclides, long half-life. Because of that also there are certain issues, potential to contaminate the surrounding environment. Some of the challenges which are faced by the front-end nuclear fuel cycle facilities, and as compared to the NPP and the front-end side, what are all the slide comparison has been given. What is more important is occupational radiation protection for front-end nuclear cycle facilities. You can just see the annual average effective dose to occupational workers and the public is quite less as compared to the 1 millisievert limit set by AERB. So this has been given for various facilities and for various years. And these type of BRC reports are made, they are prepared and submitted to AERB, and they are made published also for various sites, and these are all available to public if they require. So these are this is the first, as I said, the TAPS 1 and 2 was the first site where this ESL lab was established. This is another, in early days, maybe around 66, this Jaduguda mine was started. That time, the health physics lab at Jaduguda was established in the residential area of the Jaduguda. So then there are so many other facilities. Health physics laboratory came up at NFC, and then at Turamdi, OSCOM, that Orissa Science Complex, and then Udyog Mandal in Kerala. Wherever this type of explorations are happening, everywhere. Okay, and this causing me to finish it off. But anyway, I will not go into the details of this. This internal dosimetry related work also was started during Dr. Ganguly's time, and we had developed a lot of, during his time, with the shadow shield scanning whole body counter and shielded chair whole body counter that was fabricated during those days, early days of our Indian, health physics program, and they were, and these are the latest one what we are using, phosphorus detector type systems in the ESL or the IDS labs, internal dosimetry lab, and this quick scan type of body. This I just trying to give the chronology how it has come up. Now we are having quick scan type of standing type full body counting systems. And another one, mobile radiological laboratory, was also made during Dr. R.C. Sharma's time, and this was also effectively used. External radiation dosimetry, we made a lot of impact. Earlier, film badges were used for personal monitoring applications. Later on, we shifted to this calcium sulfate dysprosium based TLD badges, which is still being used for external radiation monitoring of all the radiation workers, and so is interested to get monitored. And as now, I am not having the exact figure, but more than 1.25 lakh workers are getting monitored using TLD. And earlier, this was the TLD manual reader was used for make the reading of the TLDs. But of late, we made this TLD automated, semi-automated TLD badge reader system, which was implemented in almost all the person monitoring centers in India, and this is serving as the backbone of Indian person monitoring program. So this was given on technology transfer to many of the companies, and it is still serving as the backbone. Later on, we had shifted to OSL, and alumina carbon based OSL system was made, and it will get implemented soon in years. And this is well tested, performance evaluation was tested, and field testing of the OSL badge was also carried out during 2011. It is going to come up now soon. And back-end fuel facilities also, Dr. Bhabha had started this plutonium chemistry way back in 1957 at this Trombe site, and then that time we were concentrating on the, Dr. Ganguly was concentrating on the development of an impactor-based aerosol sampler to monitor plutonium in air to discriminate against natural groundwater product activity. And when the CIRUS was getting commissioned during that time, the first PP was means the idea was conceptualized, and later on the PP also started working from 1964 onwards. And that time challenges were there in the design safety systems of this plant. They were addressed by Ganguly and his team, like containment of airborne plutonium, measurement of its concentration in it to detect any release of plutonium into working environment, continuous air monitor were developed at that time, and they are still, of course, later on they were refined and they are still being used in various laboratories. And this, I will skip this slide. Then radiation standard activities were also started by Dr. Bhabha, Dr. Bhabha, and of course by Dr. Ganguly. Way back in 1957-58 itself, there was a small group who working on the radioactivity standards using 4-pi beta gamma coincidence system that was developed that time. And the laboratory also participated in the first ever international leader comparison of radioactivity measurements carried out by BIPM in 1961. And BRC and this group took part in that international inter-comparison. And later this group was named as radioactivity standards, and then slowly expanded the radiation standard activities by keeping all the primary, secondary standards and tertiary standard for beta, gamma and neutron sources. And in 1966, this laboratory was also recognized as a secondary standard lab by WHO. And now with the efforts of Dr. Aswal, we are trying to make it as a primary standard lab with certain augmentation of the work. The health physics instrumentation, radiological surveillance and accelerator facilities in India, biological dosimetry, radiation protection program for non-DA institution in India, and then industrial hygiene and safety, BRC, radiation emergency preparedness. These are the areas they were started by Dr. Ganguly in those days. I will not have time to go through it. I have just skipped those things, but it is the voluminous work that was carried out by Dr. Ganguly and his team, and which has led us to make a very strong foundation. And now we do not have to look back even any big facility which may come up in India anywhere. So we will be able to take care of right from the design stage, design, construction and operation maintenance stage, we will be able to take care of all the health safety aspects. So in summary, I would like to say radiological safety has been accorded top priority since the inception of Indian nuclear energy program. The country has established a glorious record for over 6 decades of safe operation of its nuclear and radiological facilities without any incidents having a major impact. And the health physics activities initiated by Dr. Ganguly has grown over the years with the multidimensional expansion of Indian nuclear energy program. These activities were restructured and grouped from time to time to strengthen the R&D and management of radiation protection program. The health physics program has achieved the goals of protection of workers, public and the environment. I do not have any hesitation to say this. And the operation of this nuclear and radiation facilities in the country are quite safe. Thank you for your attention. Actually, I want more time, but then they are already reduced to less than 10 minutes. So if I get a chance, I will get back to you with a detailed presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the lecture, sir. Sorry we could not accommodate more time to elaborate this complete lecture slides. So next lecture will be given by Dr. A. Vinod Kumar, recipient of K.G. Vora Memorial Oration Award 2025. Sir, please.
First of all, thanks to IARP and its executive committee members for considering my name for this award. As compared to our earlier talk on Dr. Ganguly, Dr. K.G. Vora is known more for his research in environmental sciences, aerosols, radon, not more towards the radiation protection, but on the basic research on aerosol and radon. So it is an honor to remember Dr. K.G. Vora on this occasion. He completed his PhD in 1954 and his PhD topic was on radon measurement using ion chamber, and he joined BRC in 1955 after completing 1 year postdoc at TAFR. He served BRC for around 3 years, and earlier the air monitoring section, he was heading that section, then he became head of the division of DRP or Division of Radiation Protection, which later became the directorate also. Later on, he went to IA on deputation and served until his, I think he had an early death, 1925 was his birth and 1985, exactly 60 years. This was published in the obituary in Journal of Aerosol Science, 1985 publication is there. He was an editorial board member since the inception of this journal, basically started in 1970. His research expertise were on the atmospheric environment, including natural radiation, covering subjects of atmospheric physics, chemistry, and as I said earlier, more on radon and aerosol formations. He had more than 90 research publications, and he served as our IARP president for long duration of time, and he was committee members of various national and international committees. So what I did is that I have just streamlined my presentation on slightly highlighting the publications of Dr. Vora and some of the work, similar work which I was involved in, and some of the activities which are going in BRC. As I said earlier, Dr. Vora worked on the fundamental part of behavior of aerosols, formation of aerosols, condensation of aerosols, and charged particles, mechanism of nuclear formation, etc. I was unfortunate, I have not met Dr. Vora, but I could meet Dr. Subbaramu, Dr. P.V.N. Nair, who are known for their work in aerosols. I think among all these groups, I'm not sure, nobody is present in there except I think Dr. Y.S. Maya, who must have closely worked with Dr. Vora. He can speak more authentically on that subject. Okay, so on the similar lines, my first research work was in the field of air quality monitoring and health survey of a steam locomotive at Jabalpur. My MTech was from Jabalpur. Later on at IIT, I worked on aerosol monitoring, size analysis and morphological studies. We had a good research project with DRDO on Explosive Research Defense Laboratory, where they were developing some type of chemicals which on ignition would produce a huge cloud, and that cloud will have different particle sizes, and using the optical property of particle sizes, they would be able to stop either the optical lights or the infrared light, and this was used as to camouflage for the marching of the army people. Later on in around 2000, the standards which were used at that time was high volume sampler, the suspended particulate matter. CPCB had given SPM value as the standards. Later on they introduced PM10 values to be monitored, and at that time we are having high volume samplers in bulk in all over India. So what we did is we developed two attachments which can be attached in the present high volume sampling system. Basically they were either impactor based system or cyclone based systems, and these were published in our Journal of Interventions and other journals, and it was awarded best paper of that journal also. During my postdoc time at NTSCL Tokyo under JSPS scheme, I could work on formation of soot from vehicular emissions, that is from diesel engines, starting from the basic of the chemistry. The fuel is ignited, how the particles are formed, how soot comes out of the exhaust lines, and that's where monitored, and modeling was done by a 3D dimensional Kiva code. It's a CFD modeling, and we could compare it with or validate with the experimental research at that institute. Now just coming to HSEG, these activities are carried forward, and lot of work has been done on development of systems, development of particle generators like the particle generator, nanoparticle. Another major development in BRC, we had a nuclear aerosol test facility. That time it was EAD, Environmental Assessment Division. Later on the internal arrangement, now it is with RPAD. I think Dr. Maya was there when it was in EAD. So there is a nuclear aerosol test facility around 10 meter cube for simulation of containment failures and experiments to study the deposition factors either in PHT or in the containment wall, and to validate the NOAA code or the Aztec codes. These setups were widely used. This program has been expanded further, and we have a large scale experimental setup mainly for the piping system at IIT Kanpur. And for PhD piping system evaluation studies, more than 10 crores have been spent. It's a MOU with BRC, BRNS, IITK, and latest instruments are available. Latest generators like plasma tossed aerosol generator for different metals are available at that point, at that location. And since it is at IIT, it's in public domain, those who are interested in doing these type of, they can always approach and get their research done at this place. Continuation of aerosols, Dr. Vora also worked immensely on aqueous aerosol formation. That was the time when the aerosol study was picking up, and they wanted to know the particle size of different chemicals when it is in atmospheric environment like nitric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, etc., how they behave with relative humidity, etc. So detailed work were done at that time. So that work has been continued by HSEG, like hygroscopic research of various radionuclide when they are in aqueous form in the containment systems, when an accident happens, and when steam is also present, how these particles will behave. It is very important, and one of the findings what they have said is that as the relative humidity continues, before the deliquescent RH temperature, that is before it becomes to liquid aerosols, the deposition factors is very high. It's very important to understand what will be the primary emissions when an accident takes place. Another field, as I said, he had done lot of work on radon, and starting from measurements. See, that is a time or era when it was equipments were not easily available, communication on scientific publications were limited. Those times they have done details work on this radon and how it behaves, what is the equilibrium, and what is the role of daughters or radon daughters in conversion to particles or attachment to particles. I had an opportunity to work with Dr. Sitaraman, who was famous for the numerical modeling work. We have used a planetary boundary layer and to study the vertical distribution of radon. Radon has a beauty that if you have a plain open land, if there are no other sources, radon is the one which is continuously emitting from the air. You must have studied exhalation rates. So it becomes a very useful tracer for studying one-dimensional modeling, because at the boundary there is no, in x and y direction you will have constant concentration. It can be used for studying the vertical distribution. We did a lot of studies on indoor radon concentration for multi-story buildings in New Bombay, and then thoron exhalation rates and how the present radon equipments can be used for measurement of thoron, etc. Continued to HSEG development. advanced research, advanced instruments have been developed. For example, this is one famous radon, smart radon diode monitor. I think it must be during Dr. Mayya's time only, where they can measure radon and thoron simultaneously. They can use it for exhalation studies. They can use it for dissolution studies. It has been widely used in networking of radon measurements under uranium mines and for ventilation control systems. A radon thoron calibration facility has been established at BRC, and I think a similar facilities in Mangalore University also, where they can use the radon thoron studies. They can use it for calibration of the equipment. They can use it for standardization of radon and thoron standards, making standards. One of the important highlight, one project which is going on project, there is a theory which says that you can see certain anomalies of radon concentration in soil gas once there is a major stress, like major earthquake is happening. So this study has been taken up by this division, trying to follow the time series monitoring of radon isotope, radon thoron, etc., to find the anomalies and to link it with earthquake events. It is under name Indian Network for Detection of Radon Anomaly for Seismic, that is INDRASA, and around 100 units have been installed countrywide. Coming to next, when in 80s, most of the times his publication you can see more are related to trace metal analysis, and at that time lead was an important element to be monitored. We were using leaded petrol at that time. You must have seen in petrol pump they widely write unleaded petrol. So at that time lead was used as an anti-knocking agent. Anti-knocking means in the 2-stroke or 3-stroke combustion engine, first you have a compression of air fuel mixture and there is an ignition. Spark plug देखा होगा, उससे एक ignition होता है and the flame starts propagating very uniformly. But at the end of the cycle, what happens? There is a sudden explosion in the air fuel mixture, and that explosion used to make a sound which was known as knocking. So to prevent that knocking, lead was added in that. So it is known as anti-knocking agent. It used to have an oxidizing property. So now that we have removed because of its harmful effects in the human body, and that led to a lot of studies in BRC, that assessment of lead, cadmium, etc. in environment, in blood, and we could correlate that there is a correlation between children's blood level and vehicular traffic emission. For example, a lot of studies were done in Bombay area. We also used this distribution of trace metals to study or use it as a receptor modeling technique. That is, if I am measuring air pollution at one level, if I have the distribution of elemental profile with a time series profile, I can back calculate what is the likely source. That is known as a receptor modeling technique. So they are done either in using chemical balance model or factor analysis or multivariate analysis technique, and you can identify what is the contribution from, say, sea salt, what is from soil, what is from industries. There is also another technique, purely modeling technique, where the weather forecast is also used. For example, if I see a concentration here, I can back calculate where from it originated and how it traveled all the way. So that is known as trajectory modeling. Another study during that time where the cessation of nuclear test, open air test was introduced. So we were getting a lot of fallout radioactivity in various matrices, and a lot of study has been done by this group. Vora Saab's time, a lot of work was done in this time. Dr. Vora, Dr. Mishra, you can see a lot of publication in that field. And this has been continued by our HSCG activities. You can have, I was having a lot of work related to this. And I would like to say that somehow it has proven to be a boon for us, because whenever we monitor radioactivity in nearby ESLs, we don't get any radionuclide except this fallout nuclide. So it at least verifies that my system is working correctly and you are able to measure something in the environment. Otherwise, all my readings are BDL. Another field where they have worked is organic, and because that time a similar lot of discussion is there on radioactivity can cause cancer. So we wanted to highlight what are the other elemental or organic constituents which can contribute to carcinogens. So a lot of study was done. Dr. Vora and his group on this kind. Maybe some seniors may be knowing Dr. A.M. Mohan Rao and Dr. Aruna Netrawalkar. She is known by the name Gigi Pandit. They did a lot of work on carcinogens and organic and pollutant analysis. And this work will being continued in BRC, and we have a good team who works on the identification of various organic carcinogens. And that has been done for marine environment, atmospheric environment, etc. I think Dr. Dr. Vora is known for replacing the then prevalent film dosimeter, like Kulkarni साहब ने जो slide दिखाया था. So earlier we were using film dosimeter, but he only introduced the TLD in that region, and he has shown many slides how our group has worked on development of TL dosimeters and TL readers and all following. What we use in environment is TL is a very passive system. You have a quarterly measurement. It's very useful to identify what are the pre-operational values, and during operation how the gamma radiation in the environment has decreased or increased. It's very useful to study the impact of our operations. Now this is a passive system. We have a real-time field monitoring system like a GM tube based system, where you will get instantaneous values of gamma radiation in the environment, and it transmits instantaneously either by using a GSM mobile system or a satellite communication system. This system has been further enhanced by using a sodium iodide crystal, and now along with gamma radiation it gives the radionuclides also, and it is very useful for identifying any accidents or release of activity to the environment either in-house or coming from abroad during transboundary migration. So I will conclude. So what I would like to say is that legacy of Dr. Vora has been carried forward by HSEG BRC with significant development in various fields of environmental sciences, especially aerosol, radon, etc. with state of the art. Either we have developed the systems or we have import substitutes, a lot of technology development and facility development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for sticking to that time. Next lecture is by Sri Ajay Singh Rathore, recipient of Sri A. Nagaratnam Memorial Oration Award 2025. He is an outstanding scientist and associate director at DRDO's Defense Laboratory in Jodhpur. Sir, please. You can take that color. You can switch over. And pointer is there.
A very good afternoon to all. Well, just I'll try to finish 10 to 12 minutes as has been asked. Just a brief highlight of the Shri A. Nagaratnam. So he was, you can see the few of the his he did his BSc and MA from the Annamalai University, and he has the diploma in the German, French, and the Russian language, and he did various trainings in the UK, and he joined DRDO in the year 1951. Earlier it was a Defense Science Organization, and he was in this Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences right from 1963 through 79, and he was one of the pioneering person in the nuclear medicine and the radiation protection, and outside he started various activities. He served as a DAE as a chief coordinator in the 2 projects, elected fellow of Institute of Physics of UK. He was president of IARP also, and one of his unique achievement is that he started the postgraduate diploma in the radiation medicine in University of Delhi in collaboration with INMAS. It was first time in the country, and well, it was also being told that might be first time in the world also. And he has written a very monumental book on the radiation protection. He has various awards. And here I would like to mention that as long as he was live, he was writing personal letters to everyone. Even I joined after 3-4 years after his superannuation. But whenever any event is there or any kind of promotion or everything, he used to write a personal handwritten letter. And he was a very thorough gentleman. Practically in the Defense Laboratory Jodhpur, he was practically knowing all the employees and their family members, including their kids. So this was one of his unique quality. Well, these are the main headings I'll just cover. This defense laboratory Jodhpur was started in 1959, and this defense minister Shri V. Krishna Menon, along with all the service chief and the Professor D.S. Kothari. Professor D.S. Kothari was the first scientific advisor to the Raksha Mantri. So, and right now we are working in this one is the nuclear radiation and surveillance detection and the protection technologies, camouflage and low observable technologies, decoy and countermeasure technologies, and desert survival and the support warfare technologies. Just here I would like to mention that Dr. Raja Ramanna was a Director General and Scientific Advisor to the Raksha Mantri from 1970 to 1982. At that time he started, it was his vision to start this application of the radio isotopes for the defense application, and that's the way we started our activities at the Defense Laboratory Jodhpur. So we are working on sensors technology, instrumentation, ruggedization of the products, platform specific products, various surveillance system. We are providing training to the services, testing, calibration, and lifetime support to the product. So various year-wise activities, just since time is less, so just I'll go that initially we just established the facilities, then we have executed some projects for the Indian Army, and then various platform specific projects we are carried out for the infantry combat vehicles and the other platform. Subsequently, we worked on the airborne platforms also, and along with the Navy, we have worked on various requirements of their nuclear safety. Here, just I would like to highlight that what is the how we are what additional we are doing. See, in the nuclear there are so many persons are working. So we are working with the users, this armed forces, formulating the QRs and then the product development. This product development cycle is only this much. Subsequently, all environmental EMI, MC testing, platform integration, then user trials, induction into the services, this formation of the JSS. So here in this particular committee, this is called NBC SSC. Earlier, Dr. M.S. Kulkarni was the member, and now Dr. Aswal is the member. They are guiding us, and we are meeting on the 6 monthly basis. Then TOT and production support, training to the users, technology absorption by the industries, test and calibration, support to the industry, product life cycle management. And here we are taking the continuous help from the BRC also. We have developed various sensors. So one is this, you can see here, particular this dosimeter. We have supplied almost 30,000 numbers, this one. This is the RBL glass. This detects the nuclear fallout and the INR dose. And as well as the one pin diode is here for the measurement of the total neutron dose from a, and this is inside, it is a passive dosimeter. And here one we have supplied almost 30 numbers to the BRC also. This is superheated emulsion neutron detector. Various this semiconductor based detectors we have developed, and plastic scintillator based rods and sheets. Based on this particular technology, we have supplied almost 7-8 systems to the Indian Navy. Instant color dosimeter, instant alert radiation dosimeter, which is changing the color as per the radiation dose. And one unique IC we have developed, hybrid micro circuit. Here this is a 22 gram 1 by 1 inch HMC, which can detect the radiation 1 MR per hour to 1000 R per hour and give the processed TTL pulses. So this is how we are working on many sensors, and these systems we have already supplied in bulk to the Indian Army. This is for the detection of the nuclear explosion for the T-72 tank. This is for the detection of radiation level. Again, both are for the T-72 tank. Subsequently, for the MBT Arjun and the BMP, we have combined both the equipment in the form of a RADMAC. So here this beauty is that it gives after analyzing the situation, the moment we'll press the help button, it will give the situation dependent help, so that whenever this tank crew is in the panic situation, he'll be guided by whatever he can take decision. This time it will be a great panic, and various this portable dose rate meter, pocket dosimeters for the use by the service personnel during the various emergency operations. And this I was talking about, this dosimeter we have supplied almost 30,000 numbers and 235 numbers of the dosimeters. And various surveillance systems, few of them, one is based on this NBC Reiki vehicle, and one is the this again is modernization of NBC protection system of BMP. BMP is the armored personal carrier. So it was having only manual actuation switches. Subsequently, we have incorporated the radiation detector, chemical agent detector, and various automation schemes. And subsequently, for the contamination monitoring, one system we have developed was the integrated radiation monitoring system. It has the probes for the alpha, beta, and gamma. The beauty here is the moment the probe is connected, is automatically determining the probe and setting the various parameters in the display. It is displaying the energy spectrum also, and the this activity also, and CPS in terms of CPS also. And one variant of this system was based on the you can see that it has got the sodium iodide detector, and this system is transmitting the data through the RF link. Wherever the mobile networks are not working, are not available, it can transmit this information 5 kilometers to the base station, and base station simultaneously we can control various systems and see their level. Here again it can record the radiation level also, and it records the energy spectrum also. Similarly, for this one aerial dosimetry system also, we have developed the payload as well as integrated with the Google Map. And subsequently, we supplied around 4 or 5 years back, we supplied these systems to the Indian Navy. And this is the portal monitor as being, well, already many agencies have developed, but it has a unique design. As per the requirement of the Indian Navy, instead of full limbs, they asked for putting third limb also, so that one has to take a little pause here and he can move out. And in case of any contamination, there is a camera also, and it will take the image and send to the control station. And whenever the operation turnaround is there, number of persons are going to the jetty and coming back, their overhaul needs to be monitored. For that, this contamination monitoring system Linen was developed. Now, on the particular day, here it's a 5 kilometer line of sight. Payload capacity is 1.5 kilogram, endurance 45 minutes. So background to the higher doses it can go. And this we have already, this our service partner, they have already evaluated and accepted this product for their applications in the regular services. And one unique equipment for this organ radioactivity detection system we have developed. Already it has been given to one of our service from the service counterpart. So they have evaluated it, accepted it, and they are using it there in this medical inspection room. And one system, there was a requirement to monitor the underwater gamma radiation contamination, so that we have developed two variants. One is the fixed unit, another was the movable. So this again has been supplied, and this unit is also measuring the radiation level and transmitting it to their control room directly through the RF link. And next system we have developed was the vehicle radio. Here it's a NBC shielded chamber. Here beauty is that it's a driver chamber is also NBC shielded, and there is a significant protection level. It has a center, and there was one new thing. It has got a solar paneled, and it has an internal battery also, so that it can work round the clock, and it is transmitting the data through the GPRS link. This is the T90 tank, and T90 tank is having the one the nuclear and the chemical agent detection system. So we are carrying out this indigenization of this product, and directly our industry partners, they are developing with our sister laboratory DRD Gwalior, L&T, and our industry partner Messrs Nucleonics, they are doing this particular activity. And we have carried out various exercises with the Indian Army and with Indian Navy in the field areas. So in nutshell, we have developed technologies for the nuclear defense and introduced various number of products into the services, and various technologies already they are in use with them. And now defense forces are self-reliant in the field of the nuclear radiation detection and the surveillance technologies. And well, I express my sincere gratitude to the DRDO and DLJ management, this IARP NC 2025 organizing team, all the members of the NRMA directorate, all the industry partners which are associated with us in the development of the various products. Now, as per the promulgated policies of the government of India, all the products which industry can do, which DRDO will not be doing, so industry will be doing, and we will be hand holding them. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you all the recipients for sticking to the time, and there will be some announcement regarding lunch. And thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for your attention during the oration lectures. We now break for lunch, which is served outside the auditorium. You are also welcome to explore trade exhibitions and poster displays during this time. Lunch will be from 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. and we kindly request them at 3 p.m. for the next session. Thank you. Conference bag. The conference bag issued. This session is session number 2 on radiation safety and protection in nuclear fuel cycle facilities. So for this session, we have the chairperson as Dr. M.S. Kulkarni, formerly the head health physics division, and Dr. Nagaya, Dr. N. Nagaya. So Dr. M.S. Kulkarni, outstanding scientist and formerly the head health physics division, joined BARC in 1998 after graduating from the 31st batch of BARC training school. Since then, he has been working on radiological safety surveillance, occupational radiation protection for nuclear fuel facilities and high energy accelerators, radiological safety analysis, environmental radiation safety, radiation metrology, radiation protection instrumentation for the development and maintenance of national standards for X-ray, beta, gamma and neutron radiation, personal monitoring system, thermoluminescence and optically stimulated luminescence phosphorus development, etc. Dr. Kulkarni is a member of the International Commission on Radiological Protection Committee 2, ICRP Committee 2. Dr. N. Nagaya, Senior Professor of Physics at Bangalore University, has 30 years of teaching and research experience, including serving as Department Chair. His research focuses on environmental radioactivity, radiation protection, polymer composite radiation seals, and atmospheric electrical conductivity. He has completed major research projects funded by DAE, BRNS, and UGC, published over 80 papers, and delivered invited talks at numerous conferences. Dr. Nagaya has guided 8 PhD students and is currently supervising 2 more. A member of multiple professional bodies, he has organized national conferences, NCRP 217, NCRP 2020. He reviews for leading journals and has been a guest editor for special issues. Notably, he was granted a German patent in November 2023 for developing novel radiation shielding materials. I invite Dr. N. Nagaya to kindly take his place as the vice chairman of the session. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we will start with this second session, post lunch. We have 1 invited talk in this and 6 oral presentations, and we are already running late, as you all know. So we will try to save some time, and the first invited talk is by Dr. R.K. Gopal Krishnan. He requires no introduction, but nevertheless I will give a short brief of Dr. Gopal Krishnan. He joined BRC in 1982, and then he joined the radiation hazard control section, and he went through various positions in this section. Later on, he became the head of radiation hazard control section in health physics division, and this section was very important, and a large number of people were working in it. And Dr. Gopal Krishnan has handled almost all the facilities, health physics aspects of all the facilities in BRC, and he was in many BSc and IARP committees as well, and recently he was also posted to Bangladesh for their, for preparing the documents on this, the power reactor which is coming up in Bangladesh. So may I now invite Dr. Gopal Krishna. Dr. Gopal. Dr. Gopal. So if you can complete your presentation in 20-22 minutes, we'll have some 2-3 minutes for discussion.
It's audible. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni, for the introduction, and Dr. Nagaya, my seniors sitting here, and my colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me thank Mangalore University for the great hospitality extended towards this event, and also IARP for giving me a venue to express my ideas on radiation protection safety aspects in nuclear fuel cycle activities. To completely cover the radiation safety aspects of all nuclear fuel cycle facilities in 25 minutes was itself a difficult task. Now the chairman has cut down another 3 minutes. So please forgive me if I don't complete it in time. Now, basically, this presentation was intended to the scholars of Mangalore University and other non-DAE person present here, because I knew that it is in the university and many scholars working as research scholars or students would attend the meeting. And it's not a point to talk radiation protection to radiation safety personnel. Nevertheless, I will start my presentation. The full screen. Full screen. Yeah, this is radiation safety aspects in nuclear fuel cycle facilities. The points which I am trying to cover is consenting stages in nuclear fuel cycle activities, safety objectives, radiation safety in design and operation, overview of radiation safety in the entire nuclear fuel cycle activities, which I am sure I will not be able to cover, technological challenges in reprocessing, and concluding remarks. Now, the consenting stages in nuclear fuel cycle activities. I had intentionally put this slide to emphasize the point that there are various regulatory consenting points in starting of any nuclear facilities in the country, starting from the site evaluation to the design, construction, commissioning, operation including the utilization and modification, decommissioning activities, and release from the regulatory control. Why this slide is important to us? Because at each stage of starting a nuclear facility, several tiers of safety committee reviews are being taken place by IARP or the relevant regulatory body, and a lot of documents are prepared, which gives emphasis to the radiation safety. So, for you to understand, any nuclear fuel cycle facility will have a lot of safety reviews undertaken before it is getting operational. As per the General Safety Rules GSR Part 3, any practice or any activity which if you are starting, the main two objectives are nuclear safety objective as well as the radiation protection objective. Nuclear safety objective is to protect individuals, society and the environment from harm by establishing and maintaining nuclear installation, effective defense against radiological hazards. Whereas the radiation is one and the same only almost. Whereas the radiation protection objective is to ensure that in all the operational states, radiation exposures within the installation or due to any unplanned situations, the release of radioactive material from the installation is kept below the prescribed levels, and even if it is a AO or an accident, the mitigation measures should be in place. Now, any nuclear fuel cycle facet, when it starts, you have safety in design itself. In the design itself, we see that safety is embedded in the system, right? Like for that, for the external radiation exposure, what is the design safety is? The layout of the equipment such that the exposure to the personnel are minimum in that area. Shielding, automation and remote handling, in which contact maintenance are very less. Everything done by remote handling. For internal radiation exposures, preventing the release of dispersion so that inhalations are less, and by zoning based on the contamination levels. These are in the design stages itself, it is taken care. And means of confinement is the static confinement or the dynamic confinement, in which static confinement erect barriers, and in the dynamic confinement it ensures that the ventilation flow is from a low contaminated area to a high contaminated area, treated and exhausted through the ventilation. So these are the design safety features. And radiation monitoring. During design, it should be ensured that the radiation monitoring is capable of its activities, or the radiation monitoring is possible in operational states, in the design basis accidents, and in the design extension conditions also. And the foremost thing in reprocessing facilities or as well as fuel enrichment facilities is the design for criticality safety. Double contingency principle is used. For whom you have not encountered with this principle, it is like that design that a criticality accident can occur only if at least two unlikely independent events happen simultaneously, essentially requiring multiple failures to reach a critical state, making it a criticality accident highly improbable. Once more, I will summarize it as like this, that a failure of a single system cannot make the system supercritical. Radiation, this I think I have. Radiation safety in design we have discussed. Now the radiation safety in operation, a robust radiation protection program should be or would be in place in the facilities. Control of occupation exposures by limiting adhering to those constraints and limits. Control of contamination by adherence to the zoning philosophy. Effective monitoring for external and internal exposures. Criticality control by volume control, mass control, geometry control, and administrative controls, etc. Management of radioactive waste and effluents within the regulatory framework. And a robust emergency preparedness program. This is the nuclear fuel cycle. DAE is quite familiar with it, but nevertheless, for the completion of the topic, I should say that once this is the mining to the milling operation to the conversion facilities, if it is for natural uranium reactors, PSW or conduit type reactors, for natural uranium, it will be for fuel fabrication. And from fuel fabrication, it will go to the electricity generation and the spent fuel storage. Now, the deviation takes place. If the spent fuel is directly disposed, it is known as an open cycle. Whereas, when the spent fuel is again reprocessed and recycled, like what in India three-stage nuclear program envisages, is a closed cycle program. And here what we do is we reprocess, take out the plutonium and uranium from it, and high-level waste is stored and disposed at a repository is not there, and disposed safely now. These are known as various stages of nuclear fuel cycle facilities. The various activities, this total activity which I have described in my previous slide is totally called as a nuclear fuel cycle. And there are three parts to it. One is front end, where the preparation of the nuclear fuel. The service period is the operational period. And the back end is the safe management of spent nuclear fuel, including reprocessing, recycling, and disposal. If spent fuel is not reprocessed, as I was telling me in my previous slide, it is known as an open cycle, where the US and some other Western countries adopt this method, whereas India adopts a closed fuel cycle activity, where it is reprocessed, where the used fuels are reprocessed. Coming back to the individual phases of the nuclear fuel cycle, I think I'll not be able to, I'll have to rush through this slides. Uranium mining, there are three types of mining generally adopted in uranium mining. Uranium is about 500 times more available than gold, and it's almost like tin. Availability is almost like tin. And there are open pit mines, underground mines, and in situ leaching mines. And India, we have mostly underground mines. I think one open mine is there. I think it's in, yeah, it is Tumran. Yeah, it is there. The largest producers of ore is Kazakhstan, Canada, Australia. Concentration of the uranium ore is about generally from 0.03% to 25%. In Canada, we get 25%. Whereas our ore concentration is almost about few thousand ppms, maybe 7,000, 8,000 ppm. That's 0.07% or something like that, near to that. The safety aspects in uranium mine is very generally known to DAE people. Dr. Kulkarni has also, in his slide, had presented this, that radon is present in the uranium mines. Radon gas has particulate daughter products, which gets attached to the dust particles during the various process like drilling, blasting operations. When you inhale without proper personal protective equipments, this can go to the, these alpha emitters can get deposited in the lungs. Also, uranium has other toxic elements such as arsenic and nickel. It's about 15 to 65%. And if high silicon is also present, it may cause silicosis. So what are the effective measures for this? Is to avoid emanation of radon. There are methods for that. Use proper PPEs. Blocking of unused tunnel mouths and wetting of tunnel surfaces can reduce the radon issues. Milling is just a purifying operation by which the ore is generally purified, and this yellow cake, it is known as yellow cake, powder is known as MDU. Yellow cake contains mostly MDU, and after milling the yellow cake concentrate is shipped to the conversion facilities. I'm just telling these slides to get a complete picture of the uranium nuclear fuel cycle activities. The safety aspects of uranium milling and mining and refining process is that when yellow cake is formed, the radioactivity is also removed in the purification process. The only radioactivity which remains would be the buildup of thorium-234 and protactinium-234 daughter products, which will have some radiation dose in the contact, on the contact. In the conversion process, the yellow cake is converted into UO2 for CANDU or PHWR fuels. In milling, mining and refining and conversion process cycle, the basic issue is with the tailings. Dr. Kulkarni has also told about the tailing, because as I told you, the concentration of uranium ore is very limited. Tons of uranium has to be extracted to get a few kilograms of uranium. So a lot of tailings and raffinates are produced. So these are all kept in a engineered storage ponds known as tailing pond. Any diffusion from the tailing pond which contains radioactivity like radium-226 is the major, can cause environmental concern. Fuel fabrication is next step in the nuclear fuel cycle activity. And the uranium UO2 powder is pelletized, and it is known as a double dish pellets, which has got advantages of fission product retention. And the pellets are placed in thin zircaloy walled tubes to form fuel rods. Fuel rods are assembled into a fuel assembly and sent to the reactor. Now, this is a diagram I have taken from the NFC site as the state-of-the-art sintering furnace at the NFC. Now, you would have all seen this nuclear fuel bundles. For the 220 megawatt electricity, 19 fuel element bundle is there. And for the 540 and 700 megawatt PHWRs, IPHWRs, we have the 37 element fuel assembly. Fuel fabrication presents only a minor radiation hazards. Only the fuel rods will have little radiation dose. So hand, foot or the extremity dose is of the only concern here. Now this slide, as I have intentionally kept here, just to, I had an opportunity to visit VVR 1200 megawatt in the last month, and for the regulatory person and for the emergency persons, emergency experts in this audience, I just want to share an information which you will be aware of also. I was quite impressed by the fact that the exclusion zone, or they call it as, Russians call it as sanitary protection zone, is only 300 meters from the reactor, whereas our exclusion zone for the 220 megawatt is 1.6 kilometer, and for the 700 is 1 kilometer, I suppose. And moreover, the thing which fascinated me or attracted me was, during design basis accidents, our dose limit is 20 millisievert per year for the year of accident, for the next year of the accidents, whereas the design basis accident dose limit at 300 meter is 5 millisievert per event. I thought this is not very relevant here, but I thought I will just share this information. Now, after fuel fabrication, this is a very simple slide as far as DI is concerned. It is the electricity production by the steam, turbine, generator, and electricity is produced. Here the PHWR is a horizontal core, whereas in the previous slide which I have shown, LWRs are a vertical cores. Now, radiation safety in reactors is also achieved in 3 phases. One is in design consideration, one is through construction, and one is through operation. Some of the aspects in design, construction, and operation I have already briefed in my previous slide. So for the want of time, I thought I will just skip these slides. Radiation safety in reactors, this is construction is quality assurance and material selection. The materials should be such that there should be minimum corrosion or activation products. And operation safety consideration as far as radiation protection is concerned is the dose limits, LRA committee, and dose budget. Getting a dose budget is not very easy from IARP. Thank God Dr. Shukla is not available here, because getting a dose budgeting, we will have to have at least go 3 times to get a dose budgeting approved. And safety culture. Safety culture is an ensemble of characters of safety, which should be maintained, or which is maintained throughout the facility. Our spent fuel management is quite clear. After the required irradiation is over, the plutonium and uranium are separated, or we call it a reprocessing stage.
Dr.
Depending on
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, fine. The spent fuel contains about 96% plutonium, depending on the burn-up. And how to extract this plutonium and uranium are done using the fuel reprocessing. As most of you may be aware, the fuel reprocessing consists of 2 cycles. One is uranium cycle and one is plutonium cycle. The fuel is dissolved in concentrated nitric acid, which we call as a Purex process, and uranium and plutonium are separated. And reprocessing plants in India, I just don't want to explain this, you are all aware of that, but I still thought that I will just tell about DFRP. So whomsoever is available in the DFRP can correct me if I am wrong. I have heard that the DFRP is a groundbreaking facility and has a unique distinction of reprocessing both MOX fuel as carbide fuels. I feel my statement is true. And from my personal experience, I have worked in reactors and front end and back end of the nuclear fuel cycle facilities. I feel that reprocessing facility is the most hazardous facility to work with as far as radiation protection is concerned, because the solid fuel is dissolved and made it in a dispersible form. Not only in a dispersible form, and in liquid form as well as in solid form, the problems of criticality exist. And the main radionuclide you are handling is plutonium-239, which has high restrictive ALI values and DAC values. Compared to the PHWR tritium, 1 × 10⁹ becquerel is the ALI value, whereas here we have alley values of 600 becquerel. A few nanograms of plutonium in air can be, you can get even more than 20 millisieverts. So the radiation protection in reprocessing plants have to be very systematic, and special attention is warranted to ensure that the safety of the workers because of their contact with the nuclear materials in the process. We have a lot of contact maintenance in the cells, process cells. So these all will lead to potential internal and external exposures. And the concluding remarks are, India is matured in safety aspects of nuclear fuel cycle activities. We have not heard of any nuclear accident, touch wood, up to this time. Nuclear safety and radiation safety have excellent track records. Regulatory requirements are met with the technological advancement in these facilities. The safety experience being gained from all these 55 years of our nuclear fuel cycle operations would definitely help. Advantageously can be used in PFBR operations, SMRs or Bharat SMRs which are going to come, fast reactor fuel reprocessing, etc. and NFC activities. And I have taken some references for cross-checking my statements. These are all GSR Part 372 and some IARP documents. And thank you very much for your kind attention. And I should thank personally Sri Prabal Chaudhary, Sri Dr. Karunakara, who is not here, I have seen, Dr. Anand, and organizers of IARP conferences, and especially the Mangalore University for giving me an opportunity to talk here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal. The talk is open for discussion. May I have some 2-3 quick questions from the audience?
There.
Yeah, please.
You can give a mic to him. Somebody can give a mic to him. There.
You have a mic? Or you can come forward.
You can come here.
You have to switch it on.
At what point of time in future will we have to have this?
Will be
at what point of time in future will it be necessary for us to have deep geological repositories, DGRs? And do you
that's a very general question and interesting question. As you are aware that I don't think in my knowledge there are no deep geological repositories present. Even USA has tried some repositories which had backlash from the environmentalists. We have even tried Kolar gold mine, probably you are aware of that. And at what point of time, I'll not be able to tell you.
In fact, there were some press reports that abandoned Kolar mines could be used as a site.
Yeah, this is not a recent press report. This has come some 10-15 years back also. But environmentalist was not agreeing. Even USA, it was not agreed. And our new ideas of waste management techniques to make it as a pencil form and use irradiation. I don't think in near future, it's my personal opinion that in near future, this issue may not come with our high level wastes.
Thank you.
So any other question from the floor? So if there is no other question, then I would like to ask you one thing. Say this while design stage, you are taking, you are in many of the committees. How do you optimize the, say there are a list of instruments or inventory of instruments which are to be placed, and how do you optimize the instruments and their placement?
No, I didn't say that we should optimize the instrumentation. What I said that the instrumentation which you are developing in the design stages is be capable of including the design basis accidents and including the design extension conditions. It cannot be optimized. I don't think that any radiation protection instrument can, in the term of that optimization, it may not be possible in the design consideration. It should be capable of measuring at all operational conditions and on accidental conditions. That's what I meant.
Thank you.
If there is any other opinion of optimization of instrumentation, you are welcome.
That's okay. So let's give a big applause to Dr. Gopal.
listening.
Thank you, Dr.
On
Gopal
behalf of the
Krishnan,
organizers, we have a small moment to do.
for your insightful presentation. We would now like to present you with a memento as a token of our appreciation. May I invite Chair of the session, Dr. M.S. Kulkarni, former Head, Health Physics Division, BARC, to kindly come forward and present the memento. Thank you, sir. We now move on to the oral presentations.
So the next presentation is the oral presentation. It is paper number T2001 by Sharan Gloria, he from Madras Atomic Power Station. So the presenter is going to talk on internal dose control measures at MAPS station, a 220 megawatt pressurized heavy water reactor using modified PPEs. Sharan Gloria? Yes. So 8 minutes, 8 plus 2, Sharan.
Noted, sir. Good afternoon to all the chairperson and the dignitaries and the delegates. It is a great pleasure to present this submission, Internal Dose Control Measures at Madras Atomic Power Station, a 220 megawatt electric pressurized heavy water reactor using modified PPEs. My name is Sharan Gloria. I work in the Health Physics Unit of MAPS under the Station Health Physicist RSO, Mrs. K. Varalakshmi. This is the synopsis of my presentation. I would like to give a short introduction on the role played by health physicists in PHWRs. This may be a rudimentary introduction for the DAE fraternity, but this is for the benefit of the non-DAE delegates. And the radiation dose, internal dose contributor in PHWR reactors, and internal dose control measures that we have in place, and PPEs, which is the focus topic of my submission. So the role played by a health physicist in a PHWR reactor is very critical. We are responsible for monitoring and measuring the radiological conditions and the radiation dose of the radiation workers in the plant, approximately 700 on a routine basis, and the measurement and monitoring of all the effluents, gaseous, solid and liquid, and we are the custodian of the radioactive sources, and we ensure compliance to regulatory constraints, and we also identify ways and means to control the radiation dose received by the workers on a everyday basis. This is an ongoing task for us, which we carry out diligently, and this paper is focused on internal dose control measure. So the radiation dose received by a radiation worker is a summation of the external and the internal dose. The external dose control is pretty straightforward. We have to follow the time-tested concept of time, distance, shielding and decay, where we reduce the time, increase the distance, shield all the hotspots and the equipments which increase the background, and allow decay time for short-lived radionuclide. So this is a time-tested concept that we follow. But when it comes to internal dose, we face the major hazard due to tritium, which is the activation product of deuterium, which is used as a moderator and a coolant in a pressurized heavy water reactor. So in this, the dose control is a little tricky since it is committed dose, and we have source control, contamination control and use of PPEs. These are the methods we use to control the dose. So this is a short synopsis regarding tritium. It is a activation product. Heavy water is used as coolant and moderator, and I have given here the radiological and biological half-life and the energy and some basic details. So internal dose control measures, basically the contamination control is the primary when it comes to internal dose control, and within that we have source control, which we do by reducing the DAC in the area using ventilation, and we do activity reduction in the PhD and moderator systems. And zoning helps us control the contamination due to personal movement and equipment movement. We have zones, we have the zoning philosophy where we have the clean zone and the zone 4, which is the reactor building. Then we have the personal protective equipments and the decontamination will be the final step. So these are the traditional PPEs that we use for internal dose control. We have the ventilated plastic suit, which is the maximum protection. Then we have an airline respirator, which gives external air supply to the worker. And we have the tritium bottle respirator and tritium cartridge respirators, which is the minimum respirator that we give for working in a tritiated environment. Then the generic PPEs that we see everywhere, the gloves and the shoe cover and the suits, boiler suits and the lab coats. So this is one of the things that we have studied. The VP suit, the ventilated plastic suit as we call it, it is like an isolated environment within the suit in which the air supply is given externally. So the disadvantage that we face while using the VP suit is it restricts the movement, and it also requires external air supply, which may not be available in some, which may not be available close to some of the locations, and it doesn't allow free movement of the worker. So in order to overcome this disadvantage, when in highly tritiated environments, we use a VP suit for the body portion, and for the face we use the SCBA, which has proved to given a very good protection for short durations of the capacity of the SCBA apparatus. Then we have developed this face hood with a flexible air hose. So this also, in case of situations where there is no handling of heavy water, but there is a chance of working in a tritiated environment, this has helped the worker to move freely because of the flexible hose and the air curtains which is provided inside and outside the hood, which helps reduce the DAC just outside the hood, and it also improves the breathing. So the aim of all these PPEs is not just to reduce the dose of the worker. The additional agenda that we have is to improve the working condition and the comfort of the worker. Generally, working with any PPE is a discomfort, is an added burden on the worker. So these efforts are being made to improve his working condition and to make the situation more comfortable for him to work. Then we have the multi-cartridge tritium bottle respirator, where earlier we were using like a single tritium bottle respirator, which has a reduced time, around 15 to 20 minutes. Now we have a multi-cartridge respirator with a backpack-like contraption, which makes it convenient for them to move around and to work longer for long duration jobs. Then communication is another challenge that is faced. Persons working in the reactor building have to continuously communicate with control room, control engineers. So in order to, when they carry out maintenance and other operation related activities, even though there are intercoms available within the reactor building, so when they are wearing the PPEs, they find it difficult to move to the intercom, and such difficulties are faced. So this Bluetooth communication set has been developed, and this makes use of the intercom network, and it is very useful for us even when the mobile network and mobile network is not available in certain locations of the RB. These are some additional simple equipments that we have developed just to...
Sharon,
Yes.
2 minutes.
Yes, sir. We have developed to clean and maintain the PPEs and this thing in all the respirators in pristine condition, since it's owned by different people and it's very close to the skin. People might have some reservation in wearing it if it is not in pristine condition. So these simple equipments are kept for decontamination and such purposes. And this is a setup that we have made for cotton squeezing and recovery of D2O. As you may be aware, the heavy water is pretty expensive liquid. So we make 100% effort to recover as much of it as possible when it is spilt or in such situations. So this setup has been made for directly recovering the D2O to through the vacuum mopping system. So with this, I would like to conclude that we are making continuous efforts to make these PPEs more user-friendly, since they are used in challenging environment, confined spaces, where the work is carried out under a lot of stress and pressure. In addition, as my earlier speaker has told, it is with great difficulty we get dose budget, and we are very stingy with the dose that we get. We are very stingy in using it, and we are continuously making efforts to improve our PPs and use it as a ways and means to reduce the dose to our radiation workers. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity.
If there are any few quick questions. Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
It was a very interesting presentation. I just wanted to know, have you done any studies how much reduction you could get because of this modification? Any?
Sir, we use it in real life conditions. So these improvements have come about because we have faced the situation, and we have actually used it in RB for jobs like heavy water recovery, and we have compared it with the uptakes that people have taken earlier in the same DAC with the uptakes that they are taking now.
But I think I feel you should have a quantification of the.
Sir, quantification wise, the SCBA plus the VP suit, which I have, it is a very effective thing for jobs which require moving to multiple elevations, and for around half an hour, and it gives freedom of movement, and it gives the protection factor of around nearly 50, which is what the VP suit also gives.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, is there any other question? Yeah. Last question.
Nice presentation. I just wanted to know what exactly you mean by VP suit?
It is a ventilated plastic suit. It is made of a plastic like a sheet-like material, where it is worn like a full body boiler suit kind, and we have air supply so that the entire atmosphere inside it is isolated.
Okay. Title says it is modified PPE.
So here you can see it is blown up in this picture. So because the air inside is isolated from the environment.
Okay, this modification is only in terms of structure and design of it, right? Not like material itself has been modified by adding something, nothing like
no.
that.
We have not modified.
This will aid only for reduction in internal dose.
Yes.
It will not aid for external dose control.
No, this is not anything to do with external dose. External dose only time distance shielding principle will help.
Of course, shielding also plays a role here,
no,
right?
This is not. This is not shielding. It's a.
You can discuss it during tea time.
Okay,
we are
sir.
running already late. Huh?
Thank you.
So we thank Sharon for the nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So we move on to the next presentation by Mr. Jayesh Ghodke on ALARA practices employed at TAPS 1 and 2 during reactor recirculation loop replacement activities. Mr. Ghodke, please. And Mrs. Yeah, sorry, please.
Second, Jay's only. Jay's only, second one. Jay's, yeah.
It will be like this. I can press something.
I can hold it. Okay.
Ms. Jayesh, you have to maintain the time, 8 minutes presentation strictly,
Okay,
and
sir.
then we'll have some discussion.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Archana Rao, is going to present paper on ALARA practice implied at tabs 1 and 2 during reactor recirculation replacement activity. Tarapur 1 and 2 is boiling water reactor, is coolant and moderator is light water, and the recirculation loop is used for the forced recirculation. You can see the diagram, flow diagram of recirculation loop. During refueling outage, in-service inspection was carried out and we found a defect in belt joint. Same type of defect was observed in further NDTD. So we have explored some of the methods like weld overlay, weld excavation, pipeline replacement, and based on the various analysis, we decided to go with the pipeline replacement. So different technique methods adapted at tabs 1 and 2 are laser, plasma, and orbital cutting machine. So in laser techniques, we use laser torch. So disadvantage of laser torch was that its head frequently stuck and it need manual intervention. So it has resulted in high CRE. Going to plasma need high temperature cutting along this oxidizing gas. So what happened, due to high temperature, we have observed a high airborne activity, and apart from that, cut in fused together, which resulted in repetition of job. So it is, and it also required continuous personal monitors. So this all are the factor of high CRE. Orbital cutting machine is a cold cutting techniques. If once it is aligned, it is remotely handled. Minimum airborne activity was observed. So it all are the factors of minimum CRE. So we decided to go with OCM cutting machine. So this is the first kind of activity executed in India. So our challenges of assessment of radiological condition and the implementation and execution of ALARA measures are great challenge for us. ALARA measures starts with the planning. So we have formed a specific task-specific committee, and our ALARA measures involve 3D scanning of recirculation loop. Most of the constraints removal works to be taken in reactor pressure filled condition. Flushing of internals are carried out. Addressing highborne high radiation area, and implementation of ALARA measures, and of course assessment and planning of collective radiation exposure. We have also taken care of shielding, ventilation system, protective person, equipment, housekeeping, and other ALARA measures. ALARA practice revolves around controlling of external and internal exposure, monitoring, and administrative control. The external exposure is governed by time, distance, and shielding. This is taken care by every radiation protection. However, we have some new new ideas for these factors. So, coming to time, we have set up a full escape mock-up setup for 24-inch recirculation pipe. In this setup, we have done the mock-up of each and every cutting technique and its activities like shield plug installation, fitting of pipelines, and we have taken care of other factors also like modular scaffolding, skilled manpower training, and all these are factors of reducing time. Coming to distance, more distance, less CRE. So we have installed the CCTV camera everywhere. Apart from that, portable ARMs are installed, continuous air monitors are installed, long handle tools are used. We have identified low area radiation, so for wetting area. Now coming to shielding, we have designed a shield plug. The shield plug purpose of this is to seal the cut portion of recirculation loop and the retained portion. And this shield plug has reduced the radiation field by the factor of 10. The installation of shield plug is quite difficult for us. So to overcome this, what we have done, we have used the neoprene rubber between two metals. And during the vaulting, what happened, this neoprene expands and just lock the pipelines. And apart from this sealed plug, we have also sealed the nearby high radiation area. So coming to internal exposure can be controlled by good ventilation system and housekeeping. So apart from main ventilation system, we have developed a local ventilation system there, and you can see the flow diagram. It has a flexible hose, and this flexible hose is used wherever the cutting is done and which has prevented in the built-up airborne activity. Coming up to this one, we in age preparation work, what we observe highborne air activity. Though we are taken care of external decontamination, LBS system was in the place. So we identify the source term. We found that the grinding machine's air resuspended the internal contamination. So what we have installed a dam, and due to the moistening of internals, what happened? It has prevented the airborne activity. Now we have used a vacuum cleaner not only for cleaning purpose but also as a ventilation along with local ventilation system in the enclosure during cutting and grinding works. All cutting and grinding works was done in a special kind of enclosure which is maintained at vacuum with respect to atmosphere, and it is made of fire hydrant material. So it has controlled the spread of airborne activity. Now we have done the steaming of internal pipeline which has moistened due to the moistening, it reduces the generation of airborne contamination, and this is used especially in plasma cutting. So area monitoring. Coming to area monitoring, we have done the radiological mapping of each and every weld joint. Apart from that, we have installed a portable ARM with audio and visual facility, and along with that, heater facility. That heater facility, you can hear the alarm inside and outside, even in high noise background area also. Apart from that, for air contamination, air activation, we have installed continuous air monitor with extendable probe and spot air sampling. We have taken care of some of the administrative call, that is pep talks, on-job training, which had created awareness among worker and workplace. We have set up the dose station at the work location, alarm dosimeter, and guidelines for lung content, install the electronic TLD rack management system. We have also taken care of waste management. We have remotely handled the cut tools. We have covered the cut tools with the shielding, and we have especially designed to reduce the volume, and all the activities was carried out within the authorization limit. So this is the collective radiation exposure during the cutting. So during this period, we have employed 225 temporary workers, and with the effective
2 minutes you have.
Okay, okay. With the effective implementation of ALARA measures, there were no case of exposure exceeding investigation limit, no case of internal exposure, and with the successful implementation of ALARA measure, HP group has demonstrated a safe radiological condition prevails at our station. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Ms. Jayesh. And any questions from the floor? Yeah.
You mentioned neoprene rubber was used as shield tag. Neoprene rubber.
Yeah, ma'am. It is used in seal plug, ma'am, because the installation,
I'll complete my question.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay.
We do have several rubbers available like silicone rubber, EPDM, HNBR, etc. etc.
Yes, because neoprene rubber expands when you fill with the air. So it is very useful to us. We have experimented with other also, and this is what we have seen that this is one is the best one. So we have used
elongation? What's the value of percentage of elongation?
Ma'am, I will get to it back. I didn't remember right now.
Yeah, it's okay. So we'll,
I want to have one clarification. With your new ALARA practices, have you quantified the dose received by the occupational workers?
Yes, sir. We have quantified by this, as we have given ALARA measure for 54% severed, and for cutting work only it was 6% severed, and we have completed the whole cutting work. The cutting work is completed within 2.5% severed.
Any questions? So if there are no questions, let us thank Jayesha Manohar for the nice presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, just
So the next
sorry.
topic is on radiological safety experience during decommissioning of pressurized water loop at Cyrus reactor. It is by K.S. Babu.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, sir. I am going to share our experiences as a health physicist during the decommissioning of one of the systems at permanently shut down Cyrus reactor. So let me give you a brief description. Cyrus was a 40 megawatt thermal reactor located at BRC, Trombay, Mumbai. The reactor was made critical in 1960 and permanently shut down in the year 2010 after a successful service of 50 years to the nation. The reactor was utilized for mainly for isotope production, physics experiments, fuel assembly testing in a pressure tube. This is the main topic of today's and testing of nuclear instruments and manpower training. So the pressurized water loop is a high pressure and high temperature tube through the Cyrus reactor vessel. As we know, Cyrus research reactor was not used for power production. Hence, the primary coolant of Cyrus was there was no water boiling. The temperature was kept within 100 degrees. In fact, the coolant outlet temperature was 85 degrees only. So, and the pressure was also much less as compared to PHWR pressures. So, they have installed a separate loop in Cyrus reactor, which was maintained at a high pressure and high temperature to simulate the PHWR environment. So that the PHWR and other power reactor fuel assemblies can be tested at Cyrus. The pressurized water loop, it goes through the Cyrus reactor vessel and it has its own separate cooling system complete with heat exchangers and loop purification systems and other monitoring systems also. The pressure tube was made with zirconium, whereas the rest of the Cyrus reactor vessel was made with aluminum. The material was different. So this makes the PWL as a unique system. Since the pressurized water loop was maintained at high temperature, so the operating temperature was almost 200 degree centigrade, whereas the rest of the Cyrus was maintained at less than 90 degrees C. So the PWL was surrounded with a cooling water jacket so that the rest of the Cyrus reactor should not get a thermal shock from the temperature gradient. The PWL zirconium tube is 35 feet long, which goes through the Cyrus reactor core structure. Out of which 10 feet long is within the Cyrus reactor vessel, which is exposed to the neutron radiation. So this 10 feet long portion, due to the neutron activation, is expected to have a residual radioactivity. So the part of the loop inside the reactor vessel is exposed. So here you can see the Cyrus reactor. The blue colored ring structure is the Cyrus main coolant outlet header. Whereas the vertical stainless steel structure you can see, that is the separate PWL line which comes out from the reactor vessel and it goes on to its own cooling water circuit, which is located at a adjacent room. And then in the right side picture, you can see the PWL assembly which is removed from the reactor vessel using the overhead crane. This is almost 35 feet long assembly. So the assembly, why this assembly was dismantled and removed is, as a part of decommissioning of Cyrus, some data is required for waste management planning, radiation protection during decommissioning activities, and for future design improvements. So which we, so there are three categories of studies which were planned. Radiological characterization is, we wanted to find the radioisotopes which are generated due to neutron activation in the zirconium pipe, and the amount of specific activity so that we can plan for the waste management. And the physical property studies is also radiation induced damage. Various parameters are being studied like yield strength, tensile strength, and radiation hardness, induced hardness. And chemical composition studies are also planned. To facilitate these studies, so we wanted to take out this assembly and extract some samples from this assembly. These studies require extraction of samples from zirconium tube as well as the surrounding cooling water jacket. The sample size required was about 9 inches. So at various elevations, it varies from the top, middle and bottom, from various elevations, we wanted to get samples. So a sketch of the PWL assembly is shown in the bottom figure. Now the radiological challenges in dismantling any assembly which is exposed for neutron flux for 50 years inside a reactor vessel is, the first one is obviously the high radiation levels, 0.15 gray per hour on contact of the assembly. So that much big assembly having this high radiation field. Then high specific activity with a potential to high air activity if we extract the samples by cutting. Then contamination of the area, storage and transport of samples. Each sample is expected to have a high radiation field, maybe on the order of a few milligray per hour. And generation of category 3 solid waste. The solid waste needs to be stored and transported, various associated problems are there. So these problems were envisaged. With this, how it was planned and removed is, the measurement of radiation levels in PWL assembly is done. We had to physically take it out, dismantle and take it out to actually measure the radiation level so that we can plan for the requirement of shielding and other arrangements. So a 3-inch shielding channel is estimated by us if we have to extract the samples. A 20 feet long to cover the entire active region. This I will show in the picture. So you can see on the right side picture, there is a channel of lead bricks. It's having at least 3 inch of shield thickness is arranged on both sides. And the top portion is also covered with at least 2-inch layer of shield bricks, which for the purpose of taking these photographs is temporarily removed. So cutting tool with long handle, this is again to maintain the distance of the operator from the actual assembly. Yes, sir. Then a hood over the cuttings are to minimize the air activity. Then a cooling water arrangement to the saw blade, it serves as a dual purpose to minimize air activity arised during cutting purpose. Shielding screen for the saw operator, as you can see there is a LED screen arranged for the saw operator also. Then shielded drums for waste collection and sample storage. And most importantly, the mock drills with SS rods, they helped a lot. The mock drills have prepared the person to efficiently complete the job within minimum time so that the dose we could reasonably control. So these are the observations. With 0.15 gray per hour rod at the working area, we brought it down to 0.3 milligray per hour, and air activity was limited to 0.5 DAC in the working area, and collective dose was limited to 4.4% millisievert, 15 persons involved for 3 days. It was a 2 months of planning and 3 days of operation execution. Maximum individual dose is also limited to 1.5 millisievert. So this job has demonstrated effectiveness of our various radiation protection practices involving the shielding, choice of the cutting method, and arrangement of food over the cutting saw, as well as cooling water. Then floor contamination was also confined. Training, discussions, and mock drills helped in smooth operation with minimum time of execution. So this job gave us valuable experience, which will be helpful for future decommissioning operations of removing any other components from the reactor vessel in future. So the operations group also has gained valuable experience in handling and storage and transport of this high active material. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So any questions from the floor? Yeah, Doctor.
Yeah, I have
Yes,
got a basic question.
Yes, sir.
With your experience working in reactor,
Yes.
have you seen occasion in the process of avoiding some small level of internal exposure, you make the people wear protective equipments,
Yes.
and that lead to significant increase in external dose?
We have seen that, sir. We have experience. So there are some confined area locations where physical movement is restricted and people are made to wear plastic suits and all. So which will further bring down increase the time of occupancy. That happens.
So especially situation like you have got internal potential only for tritium.
Yes.
How do you optimize when you know the external radiation field, external potential is high?
That case to case varies. We have to take decision based on the actual evaluation of the area, radiation field and others.
Thank you.
So any other question? So what is the flux in the reactor core?
It is design flux is at full power, it is 6.5 multiplied by 10 power 13 neutrons per square centimeter per second. That is the maximum at the center of the core.
Okay, thank you, Babu.
Thank you, sir.
Nice presentation. So we move on to the next presentation by Mr. Sarangpani. He will talk on the radiation level in reactor containment building of fast breeder test reactor after postulated single pin failure incident. Mr. Sarangpani, please.
Good afternoon to all. In this presentation, I would like to present the radiation measurements that we have carried out in reactor containment building of FBTR with respect to radiation level, air activity measurement, gas activity measurements, and also the estimated dose rates in RCB if there is a single pin failure incident for different cover gas leak rates. Before going to the topic, I would like to discuss about the facility. Fast breeder test reactor FBTR operating at IGR Kalpakam is in campaign modes. We are operating for testing the fuels, detectors, structural materials to gain experience with large scale handling of sodium, training manpower, and recently we are getting into production of radioisotopes on experimental basis. The flow sheet of the reactor is shown here. The central one is a reactor vessel where we have the reactor core. We have the two loops of sodium, primary sodium and secondary sodium. The heat is taken first by the primary sodium and transferred to the secondary sodium, and from the secondary sodium it goes to the steam circuit, rolls the turbine, and the condenser here is cooled by the cooling tower. And all the capacities of sodium, we want to avoid air ingress, so it is provided in argon atmosphere. Right side we have shown the reactor assembly, where bottom you can see the grid plate and sub-assemblies immersed in sodium immersed in sodium, above which we have got the reactor vessel cover gas region, which is the isolating the sodium from the outside environment, and it is kept at 30 millibar positive pressure. During reactor operation, helium and argon mixture is used as a reactor vessel cover gas, and the seals are used, multiple level seals are used, inflatable seals, liquid metal seals, elastomeric seals are used to confine the gas within the reactor vessel cover gas region. However, due to aging as well as due to ingress of the impurities in the liquid metal seals, we get some of the these fission product noble gases as well as argon 41 coming into the reactor containment building, and all the capacities are stored gone below the zero level in shielded cell and above the zero level, which is used mainly for maintenance and discharging operations, and this cover gas can come into this area which is accessible during reactor operation. The schematic ventilation system of FBTR is shown here, where we have got the reactor vessel cover gas, which is vented to the reactor containment building ventilation, which connects to the active building ventilation. Further, they are filtered and monitored, given to the stack. And to avoid the fission gases coming directly into the reactor containment building here in this atmosphere, we have a cocoon with a suction blower placed, which provides a certain protection factor. And the cover gas measurements have been done in reactor vessel cover gas as well as in air medium and RCB, and analyzed using a HPG based spectrometer over a period of time. We collect the data, and the radiation level measurements are done using a survey meter. Way back in 2011, we had the first fuel clad failure incident, and we have taken several cover gas samples, and that forms the source term for this calculation, and this expression is being used to calculate time-dependent specific activity of FPNGs after the incident, in which the specific activity of FPNGs in the cover gas and its leak rate and the RCB ventilation rate and the half-life of the radionuclide are the important parameters. And we have collected the baseline data. That means cover gas measurements done over a period of time from 14 megawatt to 13 megawatt period. It has been collected and it has tabulated under a baseline here, where we can see this argon 41 is found to be the dominant factor. At least it is a factor of 10 above than the other FPNGs. This is collected during the normal reactor operation, and in case of a fuel pin failure, this is a source term we have used for the calculation of the dose rate in RCB after the incident, and where we can see xenon 138 followed by xenon 133 are the important parameters. And right side table here you can see that the background radiation level in RCB depends upon the cover gas leak rate. It is vividly seen for a cover gas leak rate of 1.2 meter cube, we get around 10 to 13 microgray, rather at lower cover gas leak rate is 1 to 2 microgray per hour. The same phenomena is seen graphically shown here. Whenever the cover gas leak rates are higher, the gas activity in RCB is higher, thereby the radiation levels are higher. Now, based on the source term, we have calculated what will be a specific activity of various FPNGs with the time after the incident. There is an increase, thereafter a decrease, and the trend of all these graphs are indicated by the RCB ventilation rate as well as the half-life of the radionuclides. Now, all the specific activities put together, the curve given here, we see one peak and a hump. The peak comes 14 minutes because of xenon 138, and a hump is due to xenon 135, and all the specific activities put together, the maximum dose rate, peak dose rate is 3817 microsievert per hour. And if you take the individual maximum specific activity and convert into the dose rate, we get around 4 millisievert per hour. And if we delay entry to the RCB, for example, if we delay about 60 minutes, then the dose rate is going to be around 38.9% of the peak dose rates which you have calculated. And these values have been arrived at the source term at 18 megawatt reactor operation with a cover gas assumed leak rate of 1.2 meter cube per hour. And if the leak rates are more than that, and with a 30 megawatt reactor operation, the value we found it about through 23 millisievert per hour. And if we give the credit for the cocoon as well as the supplementary blower which is introduced in the system, which gives a reduction factor of 12, what we get a maximum peak value about 2 millisievert per hour. Now reactor vessel cover gas leak into the RCB depends on the leak tightness of the cover gas region as well as the operating pressure and the radiological status in RCB with respect to the external as well as the internal exposure is dominated because of these leaking FPNGs as well as the Argon 41, and they are they give reference to this directly or indirectly to the RCB ventilation rate and the concentration in the cover gas. During the normal operation, we estimated the background is going to be around 20 microsievert per hour only, even with a higher leak rate. And in case of a fuel pin failure, the maximum peak dose rate is going to be around 2 millisievert per hour. However, in case of a fuel pin failure situation, based on the radiation monitor readings that are available in the control room, operating entry to the RCB will be regulated to carry out essential work based on the work permit system to control exposure. And we would like to thank Director Reactor Facilities Group, IGAR, and their colleagues for their support. We also thank all the colleagues of Health Physics Unit FBTR for their help during measurements. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
100 times compared to Krypton 88. Can you tell the reason?
Yes, sir.
On the table,
yeah,
Krypton 85.
Yes.
The dose, I think you have projected as it is nearly 100 times compared to Krypton 88.
Krypton 85.
Yeah. Can you go to the table?
These are all the Krypton 85 in case of fuel fin incident failure. That concentration we have taken and given the dose rates here. In,
what it is emitting, Krypton 85?
It is mainly a beta emitter, but it has got a 514 keV gamma component also.
Agreed.
One has to see the specific activity
can
of
you go back to the table if you don't mind, quickly?
No, the specific activity of Krypton 85.
Can you just go back to this slide?
Yeah. What is Krypton 85? Oh, I'm sorry. It is -3. It is -3. Okay, thank you.
But it emits 514 keV gamma rays.
Oh, yeah, that is fine. Sorry,
Any other question? So if there is no other question, we thank Dr. Sarangpani for the nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Arun Stanley on the topic demonstration of safety against spatial perturbations in PFBR through eigenvalue separation. Over to you, please.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Arun Stanley. I am working in reactor design group of IGCAR. My talk will actually involve a little bit of theoretical reactor physics. So the topic is demonstration of safety against spatial perturbations in prototype fast breeder reactor through eigenvalue separation. So first I will give you an introduction. What is eigenvalue separation? Why we are doing it? And then I will talk about how we are going to do, how we are going to estimate the eigenvalue separation, what kind of tools we are going to use, and then I will give you the results for PFBR and the conclusions. So this eigenvalue separation analysis can be done for any type of reactor, and I will be specifically talking in the context of fast breeder reactors. So as you all know, fast breeder reactors are not in their most reactive configuration, which basically means is that it is possible to rearrange the material in the reactor into a more compact form to get more positive reactivity, which can potentially lead to what we call a hypothetical core disruptive accident. And in case of such accidents, there is actual potential of radioactivity release to the public. So during design stage itself, we have to adequately demonstrate that the reactor is stable and safe against any kind of perturbations. So there are different ways to do this. One thing you can do is to identify different cases. For example, you identify various initiating events which can possibly lead to an accident. For example, you can study failure of the pump, the coolant pump. In that case, you can numerically simulate how the reactor will respond. Will it lead to an accident? So like that, individual case studies you can do. Other thing you can do is to do some general studies which are indicative of the stability of the reactor. For example, like power coefficient. If you can ensure that the power coefficient of the reactor is always negative, that means in whatever kind of transient, if the power increases, there will be a negative feedback and the power will stabilize. So eigenvalue separation is one such of kind of a general study which is indicative of the stability of the reactor. So I will explain what it is. Basically, it is the difference, by definition, it is the difference between the fundamental flux mode and the next higher harmonic mode. To explain this, I will just take one small simple model example. So this is what we are calling as the 1D slab reactor. You can see it in any standard reactor physics textbook. So basically, you have a slab of fissile material which extends infinitely in the y and z directions, and you have in the x direction you have finite width. So you can solve, this is a 1D problem, you can solve analytically the Newton diffusion equation to obtain the flux. You can get steady state solutions as well as time dependent solutions. And if you look at the steady state solutions, you have a set of cosines. And the argument is that the neutron flux is a positive physical quantity. So if you look at the solutions, except for the first one, all the other will have negative components. So we will say that they are unphysical, and the steady state solution should be the fundamental cosine mode. But if you look at the time dependent solution, you actually have a linear combination of all the modes. And the time dependence comes only in the coefficient, in an exponential term. And so in general, during a transient, you can have contributions from higher modes also. From now on, we will call this, the first one is the fundamental mode, the higher modes are called higher harmonics. So one important thing is that each of these modes will have their own reactivity. That means they will have their...
It applies across all practices, and like any general principle, its application in a specific case can be complicated. Now, ALARA is applied throughout this lifetime of a facility or an operation. It starts at the design, it is applied during operation and during decommissioning. Now, during the design phase to a designer, the criteria that are available for optimizing radiation protection are usually generic because they do not have the exact knowledge of the complete future of operations. So, but this is also the phase in which the cost effectiveness of ALARA is the highest. So as far as I understand, people arrive at something called an alpha value, which is the dollar value per man millisievert averted. So, and then that is balanced against the benefit of the radiological practice, and that's how it is done. The most, as we have seen in today's session already, there were 2 presentations on ALARA practices on specific problems during certain operational problems. So that is a case-by-case thing. And it has been found that during this operational phase, like ALARA application during operational phase, where it has been most effective. However, like ALARA during operations is done in more of a heuristic way. So in this work, an attempt has been made to define a framework for quantifying ALARA in an operational setting. So we have tried to make this framework not very general that it becomes again the same, like we'll reinvent the same kinds of problem that ALARA principle, general principle has. And also it's not so specific that it is only usable for the particular case that I'm going to demonstrate. Now, the objective of the work is not directly to enhance the ALARA practices, or more importantly to lower the radiation doses. It is well known that radiation doses over the decades have kept on going down. Quoting a data point from an UNSCEAR report 2020, the average individual exposure to a radiation worker was 4.1 millisievert in 1970 and 75 globally. In between 2010 and 2014, it's only 0.5 millisievert. So the objective of this work particularly is to develop metrics for evaluation of radiation protection programs. Now, about evaluation of a radiation protection program, it's usually a complicated thing, or I would not say complicated, but it's a new involved thing. The oldest publication or the formal thing that I've read about it was in a 1977 UNSCARE report, where they give a series of data points which should be used to evaluate a radiation protection program. This usually involves collective dose per unit of practice, and so many other metrics, and they have to be interpreted with certain context. So that's what makes evaluation of a radiation protection program or RPP objectively difficult. So this is what the whole objective of the work is. And the main idea, the way we develop this framework, is to consider individual dose trajectories, di of dt, influenced by forces that are defined by ALARA potentials and a constraint potential field. Now, in the next couple of slides, I'll keep using the word force and potential. While I do that, I want you to keep two things in mind. One, this force is not the Newtonian force. So when you look at the dimensions, they will not match. These forces don't have the dimensions of the Newtonian force. But the other thing I want you to think is to think of force from the first principle, that a force is defined as negative gradient of a potential. So how do we do that? We do that by first writing down this equation. The radiation protection force F of di is minus d of di v sub a minus dv by di v sub c plus eta of t, where di of dt is a dose to the ith individual. F is the force, radiation protection force that we are calling. And the ALARA potential, whose form we will discuss in the next slide, it will have some constants. And those constants in this framework are the metrics that will be used for evaluation of the radiation protection program. Then the other one is the constraint potential. Now, the constants of this function are measures of the influence of those constraints on an RPP. And finally, the last term, which is a stochastic term, is the operational noise. When I write operational noise, I don't want to say that the entire operation is noise, but RPP is there to support the operation. Operational noise is what happens which is not envisaged. Means, what I mean by not envisaged is like a maintenance that comes up or certain deviations which lead to some exposures. So that's the stochastic term. Now, the reason of writing down this equation in this way and using the words like force and potential and all of that is a very simple reason, is that this is a very general equation, and there are well-established libraries to solve this. This is very similar to the equation of a Brownian motion, and this is basically an stochastic differential equation, and then you can numerically solve them with numerically solve them, and those constants, those pyramids that we have, they are to be determined by fitting it with real-world exposure data. So before I show the potentials that we have considered, I want to show our assumptions. First one is positivity, that a potential must be non-negative for all values of doses. Monotonicity, this is very important. The gradient of ALARA potential should be positive, so that a negative of it is a pullback because it's as low as reasonably achievable. And the force intensity, it should increase as D increases. And finally, smoothness and differentiability, that's because we are calculating gradients. Smoothness because it should not be piecewise continuous, it should be a continuous function, and differentiability is like we should be able to differentiate it. So based on that, we chose 3 candidates. The first one was very simple harmonic potential, V of x is equal to kx square. The second one is an exponential potential, which is k e to power alpha 1 x minus 1. So these look similar, but obviously the second one is more steep. And the last one we chose is a logarithmic potential. Now this encapsulates the fact that as the doses become low, it's a diminishing return thing. If you do for 100 times of the effect, 100 times of efforts, the final effect will be only twice as much. Then for constraint potentials, these are the characteristics that we have. And major thing is that this is a threshold based. So the constraints are say for a monitoring period of a month, it's 10 millisieverts. So it kicks up, the ALARA potential starts after the 10 millisievert comes. So there's that. So based on these, we chose these 3 potentials. The first one is a very simple linear thing. It's 0 before the DC, D sub C, and it starts linearly after that and depends on the difference. Second one is a sigmoidal function, where it comes up all the time. And the last one is an inverse linear function. Now, using the 9 years dose data from a spent reprocessing fuel facility, out of these 9 combinations, like 3 for ALARA potential, 3 for the constraint potential, we found these 2 suitable. This form, exponential form for the ALARA potential and inverse linear form for the constraint potential. And these were specifically the values of K alpha 1 and alpha 2 for the dose data that I used. One thing I forgot saying, before you start doing any of it, the doses should be scaled, because like I said in the beginning, all the equations have to be dimensionless. So you have to scale it. We used 5 millisievert to scale the data so that the D that we are writing is unitless. Now, what are the interpretations of K alpha 1, alpha 2 and alpha 1 and alpha 2? K sets the overall scale of the ALARA penalty and a measure of how strongly the model pushes down the dose. And alpha 1 is the sensitivity, like depending on the delta of the dose when the ALARA kicks in. And alpha 2 measures how sharply the penalty grows near the dose constraints. And these things are determined by using best fitting methods of lowest root mean square, Kaka information criterion, and log likelihood standard methods. And finally, to conclude, we developed a potential-based dose dynamics framework integrating ALARA and constraint forces into a mathematical model. By fitting 9 years of data, we showed that the exponential for ALARA exponential function for ALARA potential and a linear inverse for a constraint potential were best suitable in this model. This approach offers a quantifiable way to compare and optimize radiation protection strategies across facilities, supporting both operational and regulatory decision making. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinash, for the nice presentation. Can we have some questions? Yeah, Dr. Suresh.
Well, Avinash.
Yes, sir.
Basically, the cost of exposure, millisievert, no?
Yes, sir.
That is whether in India is accounted. Any cost is assigned because the willingness to pay or cost of life, that some of the countries are doing it.
Yes.
But in ASEAN today in India, it is not there.
It's not been
done. And it is not science alone.
No,
there are a lot of factors involved.
Yes,
therefore,
sir.
I think this work is only after that.
Yes, sir.
Such a concept.
Yes, sir. This is only during the operational part, but in design you have to elevate an alpha value.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, how do you interpret this ALARA potential in practical aspects? On what factors does it depend? Only dose, incurred dose, or are there any other factors on which it has to depend?
The input for this is only the monitored dose. Like, so dose is the only input to this entire thing. Now, ALARA practices are done to avert doses. So those ALARA practices, and mostly ALARAs are source-based approaches. So source-based approaches means how many rounds of decontaminations you go for before allowing a work, how much of a shielding you go for before allowing for work. See, I mean, in a radiation facility, normally the doses are, in general, by definition of the unscaled definitions, they are low. But then how much you push it down. So that's ALARA practice, and that depends on the radiation protection program, and that again depends on the practice that you are covering, depends on the safety culture, depends on a lot of things. That's why when you run this model for different dose data of different facilities, you will get different metrics, like the values of K alpha 1, alpha 2 will vary. So that's the overall thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other question? Yeah, Dr. Maya.
So I like this way of looking at via Langevin equation.
Yes,
but
sir.
my question is, your D is a positive quantity, right? That constraint, how do you put in your eta term?
So when we define the potential functions, we set them like 0 to 0 below D is equal to 0. And above it, that's like this is the form. Like, for example, if you see this, it's the value of dose. I mean, the value of the function.
My question is not there.
Okay.
There is an eta term in your equation.
Right, sir.
So it has characters.
Right.
For example, eta bar is 0, eta 1, eta 2 equal to some delta function and all.
Right,
How
sir.
do you do that?
So
for a non-negative quantity.
Right, sir. So that term can be negative. like that plus ITA I, that can be negative because that operational noise can also lead, what if this, the plant is shut down? So then the doses will not be there. Like for some reason, if the operations are not there, so that ITA term can be negative or positive. So there is no constraint on ITA as such. It's a normally distributed function, a normally distributed variable.
Equation, you should get negative D also. Somewhere the Gaussian of eta
Right.
will generate negative probabilities. That's what I'm getting.
Okay. All this I'll get back to you with my full notes. We are in the process of doing it.
Yeah. Thank you, Abhinash, for the nice presentation.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And with this, we come to the end of this session. And myself and my co-chair, we thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you.
I request Dr. D.K. Aswal, Director, Health, Safety and Environment Group, BARC, to present memento to the session chairs, Dr. M.S. Kulkarni, and co-chair Professor Nagaya, as a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. There is an important announcement. Those who have not submitted the PPTs of tomorrow's oral presentation, I request you to submit it before 7 p.m. tonight. To the email ID iarpnc2025.mu@gmail.com. And there is one more announcement. Those who are willing to take the IARP lifetime membership, the forms are available at the help desk. You can fill it and have the membership. Thank you. Hello? Now it is time for poster presentation. We request all the poster presentators to be present near their respective posters, and the poster evaluation will be done simultaneously. Meanwhile, we request all the delegates to have tea and come back for panel discussion at sharp 5:30 p.m. Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. We now begin session 3, a panel discussion on the theme Radiation Protection for Sustainable Nuclear Energy, Adapting to Climate and Technological Changes. This discussion is one of the key highlights of our conference, bringing together experts to address pressing challenges and opportunities in radiation protection in the context of evolving climate and technological landscapes. And this panel discussion will conclude at 6:30 p.m. Let me now introduce our esteemed panelists. The panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. A. Vinod Kumar, Head EMDA BARC. May I please call upon the panelists Dr. D.K. Aswal, Director, HSEG BARC, Dr. K.S. Pradeep Kumar, Ex-Director, HSEG BARC, Shri B. Vinod Kumar, Site Director, Kaiga Generating Station, Kaiga, Dr. Karunakar N., Professor, Mangalore University. And now I request the moderator to take over.
Hello, hello. I think since the crowd is less, maybe you all can come to the front side. It will motivate the panelists also to discuss. So please come forward. थोड़ा फोटो में भी आ जाएंगे आप लोग. So please come forward. So I think IARP has a precedence of having panel discussion, which was considered to be one of the most important session. But somehow today, due to some traffic jam in the morning, our time schedule has got disrupted. We are limited to only 40-45 minutes. So without wasting much time, we'll just start the things. Like we had formal introduction of almost all the panelists. So maybe we'll straight away start with one or two questions and let us see how it progresses. So first of all, we'll start with Sri B. Vinod Kumar, Site Director Kaiga. So they have a wonderful record of operating the Kaiga generating station for longest time. So let us hear from him what was the success and how could they achieve that thing. And in between also we would like to ask him what is the future program for adding or expanding the current fleet of nuclear reactors and the additional foreign fleet of nuclear reactors, how NPCL is planning to go ahead on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'm thankful to the IARP for inviting me for this session and to be part of this today's program. And first time, this is my first
interaction
with the IARP, and I feel very happy. Next, coming to our NPCL Kaiga unit, sir. So we have got 4 units, sir, 220 megawatt standard PHWR units. The first KGS 1 and 2 units have started at 98 and 2000. And initially we also had a lot of challenges with respect to the stability of the units and operation of the units. There were days when the units used to operate for maybe 2 days to 4 days, that's all. Subsequently, because of the improvement in the design and O&M practices, the unit could be stabilized and made a reliable operation. In terms of the continuity of operation, in terms of the operating parameters, and in every aspect, even in the collective dose also, in every aspect, the performance started improving it. it has reached a state we have continuously operated for 962 days during 2018 and 19, and it is a world record that time. Of course, subsequently there is one more unit has come up, the Canadian reactor. They operated 1000 days also. And operating for 962 days, it is not an easy task, because earlier units were operating continuously for only 365 days. And later on, we are supposed to take the shutdown mandatory for carrying out the surveillance tests, which was stipulated in the technical specification. This is a governing document for the KAIGA or any nuclear power plant. Subsequently, when the units have started operating, we could generate our data for the surveillance and all the parameters. We could convince the regulators, and we could go up to the frequency could be made up to 2 yearsly. That is 730 days, up to 730 days we can operate. And there is a grace period for conducting the surveillance test up to 4 months. That means a reactor, if it starts operating right after the shutdown, they can operate up to maximum of 850 days. That was the requirement. But we have gone even beyond that. But we started gathering the data. We started convincing the regulators. In multi-tier level review has been done, and expert panels were put up, and they have visited the site. They have interacted with the station personnel. They inspected the plant, and then in a conditional way they started giving the clearance in a staged manner. So we could convince the regulators, and we could operate unit up to 962 days uninterruptedly. That too, it was shut down manually, sir. It was not an easy task to convince the regulators and get the permissions. And with respect to KAIGA unit 3 and 4, sir, these units came up subsequently after a gap of maybe 2010. These units have come up. So this unit 3 and 4, they're in the same complex of unit 1 and 2. So most of the operating practices, deficiencies, design improvement which are required in the EGS 3 and 4 were implemented in the initial stage of operations. So that has given a good dividends for the long-term reliable operation of the KGS 3-4. Now KGS 3-4 is a front runner and the flagship unit of NPCL. In all parameters, even the radiological safety parameters, operational safety parameters, and reliability point of view, and thermal efficiency also, that is the best among the NPCL, sir. That is a thank you.
Yeah. Maybe, sir, some few points on future program of NPCL. Would you like to add?
Yeah. Now, presently, we have 24 reactors operating in NPCL, and 4 more reactors of 700 megawatt, 2 in Rajasthan 7-8 and 2 in Gorakhpur, Haryana. They are under the construction stage. Okay. Then with respect to light water reactors, 1000 megawatt into 4, they are coming up in Kadunkalam complex. Apart from this, government sanction is available for the fleet mode reactors of 700 megawatt into 10 units. Again, in the 700 megawatt, the first twin units of fleet mode reactor is going to come up in KAIGA, that is a KAIGA 5 and 6. Shortly, we are going to go for a construction of this project. That is called the milestone. First milestone for the construction of a reactor is first pour of concrete. Soonly, we are going to take it up. So far, all the pre-preparatory activities, pre-project activities for the first pour of concrete has been completed.
Thank you, sir, for the brief introduction and to start our panel discussion. So I think Aswal Saab initiated some discussion on that India has a target of having 100 gigawatt of energy by 2047. I think because of lack of time, it did not expand it further. So maybe since the audience is on radiation protection, so we would like to hear from you what are the changes needed with respect to radiation facilities for achieving this target.
Yeah, so very good afternoon to all of you. And as I said in the morning, 100 gigawatt is a very tall order to be accomplished by 2047. and that is possible. We have written one article in the Current Science. If we can tweak with the radiation protection policies. Now, if you see the ICRP guidelines, they say 20 millisievert per year, sliding 100 millisievert, and 1 year you can go up to 50 millisievert. IARP has curtailed down to 30 millisievert, but worse than that, there is a constrained dose of 10 millisievert. And the average dose of occupational worker in the country is roughly 4 millisievert. Keeping those low is good or bad, nobody knows. First, one should know, if somebody is exposed with a 50 millisievert per annum dose, what kind of harm he is going to have. So as I said, the initial experiment shows that there is going to be genetic disorder. That has been ruled out. So the fear of radiation for that at that dose level is not there. The second one is the excess cancer risk. Now, if you see the cancer part, the diet itself is the number one cancer causing agent. 33% of the cancer is because of the either large eating, production of the large ROS in your system, or malnutrition. The second one is your tobacco. Radiation does not find any place in the cancer causing agents. But when it is taught in the syllabus, radiation is number one carcinogenic. So that kind of myth, and that is unscientific. Nobody has yet proven that at that low doses. So therefore, despite of the ICRP's recommendation, countries like US, they have not gone down below 50 millisievert. So for them, the limit remains at 50 millisievert, and it is not 100 millisievert in 5 years. And I was looking after that how the 20 millisievert came in the picture. It is true that any significant effect will be seen only when one is exposed to the 1000 millisievert. So they assume that occupational worker will have a 50 years of work period, and therefore per year he should not exceed more than 20 millisievert. And this simple division has become a regulatory norms. And I think I could see many of the posters, but fundamentally nobody is attacking on this. What will happen at 50, 100 millisievert when people are exposed? No scientific studies are there. And those which are available are following. Number one, as I said in the morning, high background radiation one, where you have got the negative correlation. As you know that roughly 4 crore CT scans are done annually worldwide. And the average dose is roughly 10 to 30 millisievert dose. Out of that, 1 crore CT scan exceeds more than 100 millisievert, because the body has to undergo multiple scans. So forget about in 1 year, the 100 millisievert is exceeded in few days' time. And so far, no negative result has been obtained. Only one paper which we could see, where in the child CT scans, 10,000 children has undergone for the CT scan, and they have done this one, and they have calculated finally, ki out of these 10,000 children who has undergone for CT scan, obviously they might have some illness with them, only one after 15 years may get cancer. So one getting cancer after 15 out of these 10,000, bearing them, bringing them below, not diagnosing them is going to be more fatal. So therefore, as morning it was said that we should control the medical fraternity. Please do not do that. You see, the medical fraternity, because people are going for the CT scan because to diagnose their illnesses. So this is another set of example. Third example is those who astronaut and cosmonaut, those who have gone to space. Rakesh Sharma, I have spoken to him. He said that we have got far superior problem there. For example, microgravity, the drinking, the eating. Okay, but we are made fear of the radiation. He said that that is a unnecessary radiation fear. So until unless we prove that below 100 millisievert, there is certain kind of illnesses, there is certain kind of wrong thing happening to the body, why we are worried about those numbers? And I fail to that. And that's why I said that the radiation protection, as long as you keep on telling that, as I was saying in the morning, we'll need 50 additional sites to put so many plants. And you go and ask people that I want this site for nuclear power plant and we'll ensure your radiation protection. मैं चोर हूं आपके घर में आऊंगा लेकिन चोरी नहीं करूंगा. That is not going to happen. So in my opinion, the time has come from India. We have to say that below 100 millisievert nothing happens. In no case we are going to get this kind of one. So I think that will only save nuclear energy, or at least, if not 100 millisievert, follow the American standard of 50 millisievert. So that is the threshold value.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for elaborating that 20 millisievert and 50 millisievert concept. As you introduced that, we will require something like 50 sites. And considering that resources are very limited, both in terms of land availability, even the dose constraints, and the later one, which the climate change or rather water scarcity, even to manage the temperature of effluent discharge, you may not have a nuclear complex with more than 2 to 3 gigawatt site. So you will definitely require 25 to 30 sites when we go forward, because to have the dilution water to take care of the temperature part. Dr. Pradeep Kumar, our ex-director, he has been involved in our ESL activities, IARP constraints. Whether there is any planning to discussion on reduction of exclusion zones so that we can take care of the land requirements, resources limitation, and any improvement is required in improving our emergency planning or our ESL monitoring activities.
Good afternoon. First of all, let me thank the organizers for giving me the awards and also an occasion to express my views. Before answering his question, I like to give some small problem for the students to work out, think, and if they are not getting an answer, I like to answer it tomorrow or day after tomorrow. And another important thing which I felt very happy to be sitting very close to Professor Karunakara, from DAE, personally I am thankful to him, because a matter which would have been exaggerated and put our DAE's nuclear energy program in a very big way was averted by their timely publishing a paper. I will not go by the sequence, but I will tell you the final, then I will go back. They found out the soil sample, surface sample showing cesium-137 activity in Kaiga environment after the reactor had started. If only that data was published, people would have thought it is due to the release from Kaiga reactor. We would have been in trouble. But luckily, as a matter of fact, DAE also followed it, but Professor Karunakara and team had done the monitoring, if I remember correctly. Before starting the reactor, they had the data which had shown a number which was much more than the cesium-137 activity which they found after the reactor came. Because after the reactor came, the soil was covered with the new soil. So ultimately what had happened, the weapon test, deposit activity on the soil got covered. So this is how, by properly presenting the data and educating the public, a big disaster or a big panic situation in Kaiga nearby was avoided by this university under the leadership of Professor Karunakara and team. And I think Dr. Ravi also had supported them in a very big way. Now let me come to some of the major issues and why I am thinking you cannot go ahead with increase in reactors unless you take the public into confidence, for which IARP, the students, the community have to do a very big job. Because small things leads to big concern and it make them worried unnecessarily. You cannot afford even a minor nuclear accident which can lead to a small amount of activity build up in the environment, unlike any accident in any other industry. You know the comparison of Bhopal where 5,000 people died, many people have forgotten. Even you can start another industry like that, people will not object. But Chernobyl, though nobody died in public domain, Fukushima, nobody died in public domain, but everybody is worried about it. Any new reactor starting, the public asks question, will this reactor be also like that? And let me tell the young students who are listening to this, in reactor, all measures are done to ensure that it will not get into a core meltdown or activity release out of the core. So the probability is kept extremely small. And even if such an activity release take into the containment, you have got to ensure good containment to ensure that radioactivity will not come out of that. And even if such a probability the activity comes out of it, you have got the emergency preparedness in place, implementation of countermeasures, quick implementation of countermeasures so that public at large are protected. But the worry is, even if such a small dose if people get in a major nuclear accident, in spite of all the protective measures, in spite of all the defense in depth programs of Department of Atomic Energy, the concern will be so large, it will affect our entire nuclear energy program. So this is why the safety has to be ensured. And there is a new dimension which international community is worried. There is a security aspect. So when we are talking about increasing with the new reactors like SMR, especially it is planned in the based upon the requirement in major cities where industries are nearby, etc. It will be a very big challenge unless we do the homework and taking the people into confidence. Okay. Now I am going to very important information to all of you in continuation with what Dr. Shukla has told, Director Health and Safety has told. You all know, but it may not be very much noticed by you. The number of people in the world who are saved by radiation through diagnosis and the right diagnosis, identifying the cancer and other problems in the body so that treatment is given in time, and that by giving radiation and treating cancer, the number of people who are saved runs into lakhs. Whereas, number of people who have died, what are the major accidents I'm talking about reactors. Chernobyl, Fukushima. Chernobyl took place how many years back? 1986. No leukemia, no lung cancer, no stomach cancer. After how many years? You can calculate 35 years. Much more than enough time with all these people who are talking about the risk of cancer due to radiation. It has not happened. Fukushima, of course, around 10 to 12 years. Nothing is informed or detected. But still people will tell it can happen. It can happen. So this is the worry or fear because of the LNT theory, etc., etc. But anyway, India alone cannot do the battle. I myself represented India in UNSCARE, all of you know, United Nations Committee on Scientific Committee on Effects of Atomic Radiation. But I got isolated. Except Belarus, no country supported us. They asked, where is the proof? I gave the HBRA data in India where people get that time's data, which I had got with the help of my colleagues. 70 millisievert in a year, more than 2.5 times the occupational dose limits of occupation worker. And the health data shows no additional cancer, all people very healthy. I myself went and saw all coconut trees full of coconuts, nowhere else I have seen it in Kerala. Okay, but all these I presented, I showed the photograph of the monitor. They are not ready to buy. I presented the Taiwan data where so many people got the dose of the 200 millisievert or more and the number runs into 50,000. And after 15 years, they found the natural cancer found in that country is much lower compared to anywhere else. Those people who are ready to buy, they are telling we want more data. Whereas in USA, where natural radiation background is much lower, the cancer number is found high. That data also nobody is ready to buy because the people who are trying to show or try to believe that there is a risk even for the smallest level of radiation is much large in the world. So beating them, I found it very difficult, but we have to continue doing it. As he has suggested, more studies are required, then only we can do something. Now, Fukushima data, let me share with you the internal dose. There are many occupational workers who have got dose of the order of 700 millisievert, more than 70 rem internal dose. Still, so far, more than even in 12 years, no lung cancer reported, no additional risk. The only problem was because of the tsunami, so many people died in flooding, etc. Now, when we are talking about SMR in the future reactor, he asked about the zone reduction, etc. Even for the existing reactor, if we reduce the zone, what will happen? We like to keep the public as aware as possible because if at all there is a release of radioactivity, we get a significant reduction in the radioactivity amount because by the time the activity reaches the public, even if you calculate with a wind speed of 3 meters per second, all short-lived activity significantly get reduced. So the dose to the public will be reduced if you keep them away, first part. Second part is, even today we talk about security threat, especially after WTC attack, people are worried about keep public as away as possible so that some miscreants, malicious intention, they will not threaten the reactor. So that point of view, exclusion zone reduction, there is an opposition. At the same time, land is very precious. So there will be, government wants to, they don't want to give more land to the plant people, so they want to reduce the exclusion zone as much as possible. Now the SMR, which is the future reactors, which is having small power, etc., considered for the cities, etc., the zones are going to be significantly low. Like the whole purpose is it has to be city near. But if you do it, the challenges are much, much more. Even if an accident takes place, even if a release is small, the public is going to be much nearby. The dose they receive will be much higher compared to the dose they may be getting in the high power reactor accidents. Second, if you are talking about evacuation of the people, it has to be done. Now you think about people who are in the jail and people who are in the hospital, ICU, etc. For every person to be evacuated, how many people have to accompany him? And there is an additional dose for emergency responders or the emergency workers. So considering all this, unless and do a lot of exercise and the real arithmetic work is carried out, simply telling we will go for a large number of SMRs is not correct, especially in Indian populations concerned about the radiation, etc. Now coming to systems, etc., Mr. Dr. Vinod Kumar is sitting here. We have got state-of-the-art monitoring system developed. BRC's developed emergency preparedness, which is followed in all over India. It is excellent, state-of-the-art systems. They work as a radiation early warning system. We have got drone-based systems. Dosimetry is excellent. Biodosimetry is excellent. But there are challenges in internal dosimetry, which time permits I will explain later. We have to really multiply in very significant way the manpower and the systems required for whole body counting, bioassay, etc. Because in case something happens, like not in nuclear facilities, due to some source accident like Mayapuri, we may have to scan and do large number of people. This is going to be a very big challenge. So just by having more reactor or reducing the zone, the problem is solved, which is also leading to some demand on some certain facilities which a DA is having current now, and it is going to be very, very large. I am not against increasing the nuclear reactors, but I personally believe unless you take the people into confidence and make it acceptable and make them understand, like all of you, I don't know how many of you are aware, nearly 5,000 1.46 MeV photons are emitted by a 70 kilogram person. But if you tell a person that when you get married, because of your partner, you are going to get more dose, you may think it is better to remain as a bachelor. Right? But I am telling that dose is too small. People don't understand. And the first wedding day, the partner comes and gives you 1 glass milk and the person takes. Later the lady who is educated in Mangalore University in radiation safety, she tells, now you have taken a lot of potassium 40, you are going to get radiation dose. His next 1 week is gone. So the education has not come to that level. Everybody knows that we are living with radiation. The level of exposure is too small to get worried. So if time permits, we can have more discussion. So my answer to your question is, we can do our systems, we have got experts, but unless you expand in a very big way, the capability in terms of system, the numbers and the manpower, we have to have a real look into whether we can reduce the zones or whether we can have more number of reactors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for elaborating the point and bringing out the constraints which we can face on it. Just coming to Dr. Karunakar, I think he has been associated with DAE. I think even Professor Siddhappa has 4 to 5 decades of interaction with DAE. In India, basically, BRC takes care or works as technical supporting organization as a TSO for any issues or any research reactor to nuclear power plant. Whereas in many foreign countries, it's either the universities or research institutes which contribute to the basic research. So based on your previous experience with DAE, BRNS, etc., how do you look the role of universities in this interactive thing?
Thank you, Dr. Vinod Kumar.
What I would like to know, this Mangalore University, as I've been telling, is involved with the various kinds of radiation monitoring around the nuclear power plant in Kaiga, the entire west coast region of India. So this interaction with the DAE started way back in the 1986 when the site for Kaiga reactor was identified. And then we were asked to do the pre-operation survey in that region. And we have come out with the voluminous data on terrestrial, aquatic and marine organisms, matrices. And these data established the, a reliable baseline database for the region, not only for Kaiga region, for the entire. As Dr. Pradeep Kumar has already said, one of the important outcome of that, we reported the presence of elevated levels of cesium because of the global fallout at that time. And had that data been not there at that time, and subsequently if somebody were to report some level of cesium, the blame would have gone to the Kaiga nuclear power plant. So that way, the partnering the DAE institutions with the universities has a lot of advantages for DAE as well, because of course, all the institutions may not have the required facilities, but some of the institutions may have grown up, like Mangalore University, carer facilities, may have grown up to national level, world-class levels. But what you can now that you have pockets of excellence all over the country, because VRNS is funded for some regional facilities. For example, Mangalore, CP, and of course I also
Haryana Hisar is there.
Haryana, Hisar.
Yeah.
These centers can be further strengthened so that they come up with more rigorous studies on this on the monitoring of radioactivity. Subsequently, of course, this Mangalore University has gone into some R&D, really R&D related studies like thoron mitigation systems, and recently some very unique challenges were given to carer, like development of method for carbon-14 and organically bound tritium. And we have come out with the flying colors. And now, recently we have reported the carbon-14 release rate from the nuclear power plant in Kaiga. And we have shown that the release rate at Kaiga and the excess carbon-14 that is present in Kaiga region the level are way below than what has been reported for other reactors across the world.
Okay.
And now so with this being the capability built up at the university level, now I think there is a need for the DAE to look into to have a greater partnership with such laboratories and and give greater responsibilities so that these centers are sustained because of course we have problems when it comes to the state universities, we have problems with the funding. So the challenge, some additional responsibilities like this with really R&D involved work will give us, academicians more interest to take up such work. See, there was a time where it was, of course, I myself, I have been questioned in several forums. Look what you are doing environment. You are just bringing soil and putting the detector. What is the physics involved in it? My students were asked when they go for PhD Viva and they present cesium-137, K40 radium. Then at the end of the day, one of the members sitting in the panel will ask, what is the physics in it? So now we have come out from that level and we are in a level where we are now going for real R&D. So the DAE must identify such centers and entrust greater responsibilities. And when such centers come out with the highly valid data, that is going to be advantageous for DAEs. So, and this is the modalities that being worked on in other countries as well. So many of the power reactors, for example, if you go to Japan, all the universities have been doing this after Fukushima, these studies. So, to tell you frankly, this interaction between Mangalore University and DAE is a win-win situation for both category of institutions, and such interaction should be continued. DAE now, instead of going for funding for all the universities with small equipment like gross alpha, gross beta counting systems, you ask those institutions to come into centers like this and use these facilities.
Yes.
That is another way of sustaining these facilities. So you have to look into that possibilities as well. And one more thing, the manpower, the trained manpower that is available or that is coming out from centers like Kerala or CART. So they are really raw talent because they have trained with the state-of-the-art instruments. Now, after they come out from the PhD, what is then? So there is a mechanism in the DAE system as well, where, of course, they need not be given a direct entry. There should be a mechanism where these students can be evaluated for absorbing in the DAE system as well. That will give a much better canvassing for the student to join such centers. So this also need to be looked into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karunakara, for bringing the issue of sustainability of the skilled manpower which you have developed and the instrumentation centers which we have developed. So basically, after the first round, maybe we can have 1 or 2 questions from the audience so that the panel is impulsed to do further interaction.
We can have it. That the radiation protection is there also in the same level only radiation exposure and they are.
There is no light in that. It doesn't show that it is on or off.
Yeah. They are also exposing their workers in the similar range only or lower that. With that, they could achieve higher nuclear capacity. Therefore, we cannot assign the not developing nuclear capacity for the dose constraint. There will be other reasons that we should look at that also. Number 1.
Let me answer your first question. I was fortunate to work with the CA Sakle and in and around the plants. Okay, just beside the plant, there are people living, and if you ask them, and there are many articles in the France where they say that, are you not scared of reactor? What the common answer will be? Common answer will be, we have been living for generations in this area. Nothing has happened to me, and I am sure that nothing is going to happen in our future generation, number 1. Number 2, in case there is something wrong, we have got KI tablets in our home, we'll eat Popin and we'll be all right. So, France, America, China, and UK and Russia, most of the reactor came in early one where they could convince the people. Most of the problem came when they got veto power, and after 1970 they started pushing people for the non-proliferation treaty. As has been pointed out, the cesium 137 was spread across the country, across the globe. That is not a problem. When they have done 29,000 equivalent bomb testings, and the entire fallout was spread across the globe, that was not a problem. But if your reactor leaks, everything is going to be a problem there. So we have lived in the 2 different arenas. Okay, so that 1946, the Nobel Prize, and after that convincing people that any radiation is harmful, that has gone deep inside the minds of the developing nations. Okay, but let me tell you, until unless the public feels that up to a certain level there is no harm, let it be 20 millisievert, let it be 50 millisievert, let it be 100 millisievert. That is going to make a shift change. And what we can do is now we can propagate the medical data which is available with us. Look, people have gone so much exposure, 100 millisievert in one day, so many millions of people, nothing has to happen that, ours is much less. So we have to, you see, the moment you say radiation protection, the first feeling comes that any photon can cause you the problem. So that was the answer to your first question.
Sir, second question is to Dr. Pradeep Kumar. Basically, you were talking about the internal monitoring facilities in case of an emergency. We have a large medical physics centers or other medical systems which can also identify the intake, measure the intake. Therefore, keeping a system only for the emergency purpose, rather than keeping such a system, let us use other facilities available, train them to work for this, rather than making that much cost for that. That is my suggestion for that.
Okay. So ultimately you are telling it is like the expertise system what you are having and expertise we are having the people. Same thing is to be made, it is like spreading in other locations. Yeah. Correct. If it can be done, well and good. It is not only the biopsy sample I am talking. I am talking about whole body counting. I am talking about lung counting. I am talking about thyroid counting. All these facilities are required. Like biodosimetry. Like when it happened, there was the one and only radiological emergency happened in India. That was in Delhi, Mayapuri. And due to a cobalt 60 going out of a university, created a big havoc. One person died when people got very, very high dose. We had to carry out this. There was a cry for demanding this type of monitoring a large number of people. Okay. So mainly because of the panic. The same thing was repeated in airport, some news spread, and there was 30 people went to the hospital telling that they all have got giddiness, etc. Later when DA clarified there is no radiation, all the people came out without giddiness. It happens. But your question is very relevant, especially same thing I am telling, whether you do in hospital or you do university, what I wanted is you require the facility, the systems and the trained people. For example, if somebody has to identify, do the study for plutonium or americium or any other cobalt 60, cesium 137, iodine 132, etc., you require the expertise. So you require the people to be trained. So you are taking the people out of the medical community. They themselves have got shortage. So ultimately you have to increase this number. There is no doubt about it. I promise to give one puzzle to the youngsters here. You know, internationally, the number of people getting cancer and dying, especially in USA, it goes to 20 to 30%. In India, it is only 7%. Why? I will not give the answer now. In India, are we more advanced than America? Are we more clean and hygienic than America? USA, it is around 25 to 30%. Our number is 7%. First part. Second, now as he has mentioned, the following international community and foreign international documents and guidelines, we have got into a trouble without our knowledge. You see, internationally, people work up to 70 years, especially in USA. In India, 60 years. Okay? So a person who joins in 18 or 20 years, we have got 40, 42 years, whereas they work for 50 years. So you calculate that with the dose limit of 20 millisievert in a year, assume they are taking 20 millisievert, they are getting a dose for 50 years. Even if they get the dose, the additional cancer because of this exposure is going to be 2% extra. In our condition, if you do the arithmetic, it is much, much smaller because we work only 40 years. Now, do you agree or do you think it is correct to accept the same dose limit for occupational worker in India? Actually speaking, if you do the calculation, you will find dose limit can be much, much higher. But the problem is if you try to implement only in India, the workers, the union, the public, they will tell, you are giving more dose to Indians compared to what internationally followed. You try to kill our people. So the acceptability is a challenge. So there are many issues involved. So I am repeating the same thing. Unless and until we get it educated, public get educated, the students are doing their job, it is very, very difficult to go ahead and expand. Of course, we have faced the music, starting from Tarapur, Kudangulam, we have faced 2 years. Kudangulam, one of the case, let me share my one example I will tell, sorry to take the time. I had been to Kudangulam, that time there was an agitation going on. The reactor was just under construction, agitation in full swing, and there was a abnormal birth to a lady. She, with that body of the baby, who is already dead, and the public were doing an agitation. Then they asked our help. They were telling it is due to Kudangulam reactor radiation. I told even reactor is not filled with the fuel. There is no radiation coming out of the reactor. But already people are under the assumption, Kudangulam, this is going to give abnormal birth, genetic effect, etc. So as long as this type of false concepts are prevailing in our society, and as long as we are not educating to them, things are a little bit challenge.
Maybe before we go, we can have 1 or 2 questions more, and I think time is too short for us today, unfortunately, but let's have 1 or 2 questions.
This is a short query to Site Director KGS.
Oh, he has to go early, so limit your queries.
Right. Sir, can we identify some of the surveillance tests which can be carried out while the reactor is in operation so that we can bring down the routine shutdown time?
Actually, surveillance tests are carried out, some are during on power, some are during off the power. Now what we are talking about during the off the power, like inspection of a vessel or inspection of a coolant channel, this cannot be done on power. So we need to take out the reactor for shutdown purpose actually.
So hello, I got one small question to Dr. Vinod Kumar, your site director. So whether this SMR is a reality or it is still in a conceptual state?
Now we are going to tricky questions. We are going a smooth panel discussion.
I am not the competent person to say, sir, but I can say it is going to be reality.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, Dr. Haridasan, IAEA, ex-IAEA. It will be a diplomatic question as usual from IAEA.
Any of the panel member can answer my question. This is most of the such meetings. I hear problems with the public perception and public acceptability, etc. Even in Fukushima, even after the 17,000 people washed away in the tsunami, but still problems are faced by the national authorities. And the money's cost that is spent by the Japanese authority is huge, even today, for the remediation. So my question is, have we have a clear program for long-term radioactive waste management? This is the key problem that everywhere people are asking. The final, because storage is not disposal. We are actually storing high active waste or low active waste, whatever it is. So long-term plan for a radioactive waste. What I know is that Finland is creating a radioactive waste repository.
Deep geological repositories in Finland, yeah.
And the licensing process is, review process is ongoing. But do we have any plan at national level or?
In one of the discussions when we had, as you know that against the developed nation, we have got the closed cycle system. And a rough estimate says that for next 300 years, our routine where we do the vitrification process, that would be good enough. And therefore, we will have a long time before we need a DGR kind of things. So that kind of estimate have been done. So as of now, immediate, we don't require the DGR.
And at many of the forums now, we are not calling it as a waste. We are saying that we will be able to extract something out of it.
And we are anyway extracting many of things.
So nowadays, that terminology is changing.
But there are many things actually which have come
So we'll be able to extract something. That is what is theory. After this accelerated development, we'll be able to extract something. So nowadays, slowly the terminology is changing. Now we are not calling it as waste. We are saying it as useful resources stored in engineered safety barrier systems. Yeah. Would like to continue something, or sir, we would wind up? The time is very short.
So
anybody would like to present? Just one, sir. I think there are many youngsters in universities. From morning we are saying about theories against LNT and single radiation can cause cancer or something. So what type of studies we should take up, either maybe in quantum mechanics or quantum biology, something which can propel the studies in that field. And after that we can close this discussion.
So
thank you.
So I will make the two remarks. The first one is, nuclear energy has got only 25 years to go. If we do not work as per our promises in next 25 years, please take in on writing, nuclear energy will be closed down. Reason is, hydrogen energy is standing tall. And that's a much safer and no such kind of things there. So nuclear energy and particularly fission energy is already running against the time. And if you want to make it successful, you want to make DAE as a relevant department in the government of India, my humble request is that please shed away with the radiation protection policies. Rename the associations, and that will be the first one. Okay. The second one, which is more complex and which is a more fundamental science in nature. If you see for last couple of years, all the Nobel Prizes for physics, for chemistry, and for the medicines, they are closely related with the DNA damage and repairs, protein crystallography. The last year, the Nobel Prize in chemistry was given for identifying through AI how to predict the protein crystal structure. And this gentleman, Jumper, a physicist, economist, mathematician, finally went to the chemist, and he could, in 1 year, he could produce 10,000 new crystal structures, protein structures, and which can be reproduced in our own labs afterwards. Now, what is seen is now, when the radiation comes, the wrong notion is that it will damage the DNA, it will break the DNA. That is true, it may damage. But what about the repair mechanisms? And if you do the physics wise, until unless your energy and momentum is not conserved, the reaction is going to take place. So most of the time it is at the atomic level. And when atomic level comes, there are dangling bonds. And the dangling bonds, they behave like a quantum mechanical system. The quantum mechanics is applicable there. So the decision making, what will happen, depends upon the defects at that point of time. And there are large amount of work which is going on in the DNA repair mechanisms. And it has been shown n number of times now that the radiation which is available in the ambience helps us in repair mechanisms. And therefore, for the young scientist, in my opinion, it is a very good time to use the AI, go to the DNA kind of structure, study the bonding breakage, the repair mechanisms, the various enzymes, and the behavior of normal cell versus your immune system cells. How the immune system cells get activated. And definitely there are going to be many Nobel Prizes to come in because we are going to anyway know the secret of life, which is more important. So by doing the so-called the quantum biology, where you investigate the biological process using the quantum processes, and for your benefit, the Google DeepMind has given this free of cost. Any student who is interested in doing this one, the softwares available, Google DeepMinds are available free. So please use that one and get involved in that kind of research. And in my opinion, it is very easy to show that up to 100 millisievert it is going to be beneficial, which has otherwise been shown by large number of persons. So finally, 2 ones, do the fundamental science, quantum biology, including radiation and biological system. That is going to ripen, and AI, you don't have to work as of now on the real system. You can take the Google DeepMind softwares and simulator systems. You can get large number and you can then do the experimental verification. And number 2, radiation protection one. It's a very dirty world in my opinion. It needs to go away if we want nuclear energy to survive. Thank you.
For the closing remark and for guiding the youngsters to work on this field on AI and DNA repair mechanism, etc. So I think due to shortage of time, we are forced to close this. We have no other options, although we have highly skilled or experienced experts available in this panel. So I thank all panelists for joining, and especially to Sri B. Vinod Kumar, who was supposed to go in the morning itself, and I requested him to be present up to the evening. So thank you very much, sir, and we thank all the audience for the cordial questions and discussions. Thank you very much. So with this, we are closing this session, and I think the stage can take over.
Thank you so much, panelists, for an intellectual panel discussion. And now, IARP Annual General Body Meeting is going to be held. Soon after that, we'll proceed to gala dinner at Ocean Pearl Hotel, Mangalore. Buses are arranged just outside the auditorium for the transportation to the gala dinner venue. Again, I would like to announce that those who have not submitted the PPTs of tomorrow's oral presentation, I request you to submit it before 7 p.m. I request you to submit the PPTs of tomorrow's oral presentation before 7 p.m.
IRP members, please stay behind. We will have this AGM, annual general body meeting. I request all the IRP members to be present.